Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected,
FixerBot says.
I'm about to
Welcome.
love you, know
Stream
what I
starts in
mean.
5 minutes.
High expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
T minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what
Stream
I
about to
mean.
start.
Got
1
high
minute left.
expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge
Welcome in, welcome back. I'm not in top shape today. We'll see what my voice will do. I just thought maybe it's that I haven't taken any allergy meds, whatever. I think I've got a cold too. So let's just hope that my voice will do okay. Yes, I just took some asthma meds, so maybe they'll sound worse right now, but get better. Because I start coughing up slime, which is not very nice. Sorry. Should have done it earlier. So, let's remember where we were yesterday. Right, so I just switched back to the Academy VPN. And we do have stuff up still. Yeah, but we had an X3 connection here. That's dead, of course. So we'll have to start it again. I'm so sorry. I have to. At least you don't have to hear it. So let's see. Well, yeah, you're looking at that screen. Let's actually get a new connection here. Oh. Right, we can take the opportunity to read the question. Try to repeat what you'll learn in the section to identify bad characters for our program. What is the total number of bad characters? Yeah, I remember now. We didn't get any. All characters were actually in there for us. And we do have the same IP again. Which makes this easy to type. So let's do the same changes that we did last time. Let's make this not locked. Let's drag it to the top so we don't conflict with Kelly. And let's actually put this one pin it to the taskbar there. So and I have Kelly's on the bottom because of this one from VMware, but this one is does this row, you know, so it's not at the actual top. 3 of these drag to the end line is at the same time, right? Because we don't have that much space. So let's hide it. And let's start this. Let's Alt A for attach, connect to it. We're connected. We're going to open different things there. And yesterday I was thinking that they wanted us to run idle. I don't mind idle. I mind making the code in the VM that will be reset. So we did idle and we put the code here, but we just we actually wrote it here. So This is the right one. Yeah, I was going to modify my Boolean password finder yesterday, but I didn't get to it. Too much kid stuff in the way. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh yeah, it was the last one. The green one, of course. And on this, I'm kind of thinking I'll just do a quick update of the notes, because it was some time ago. I see all these colors, you know. So let's just cd colon obsidian public, and let's do get status, and we have quite a few things, not very much. We're not seeing all the files, just yeah, we are. Yeah. Oh, whatever. Let's just. I'm like, wasn't there more? So, yes, it was more, but not very much. What time is it? Or rather, the dates. Updates. 2024. This is not, you know, a coding repo. It's just note updates. So let's do. Let's just do this again, of course. And these are separate repos. That's why they're not included. You can't really have it in two places. I managed once, and then after lots of research, and then when I did the same thing again, it didn't work. So it's not meant to work, but I wanted it to anyway. So let's just push this. And up to date with main origin. So let's exit that. And now we have not a lot of colors here. So this is what they suggested us to do, which is more complex than just doing it on the command line. But I guess that we will do this because this is what we want to practice, right? So let's do Control N for a new one. Just paste this. So let's Control S it as. Come on. We don't want to save it there. Let's do desktop. Let's call it 1.py. And hoping that this will be the directory where it now saves whatever we run. So we have first done a non-repeating string. We have gotten an offset from this, which we typed here after reading it. Well, I don't want to complain about the module on HackTheBox Academy. But I think they should not do the Python thing when you're trying to teach people buffer overflow. If I didn't already know Python, it would be like very confusing because it's not efficient. If you would get the automatic reply with us, so the code can be logical, then would be nice. Now it's just messing it up and making it harder to do, even if you repeat it. So, yeah, so this one was called pattern, this control, and this shards. And we don't really have to even comment these. We can have all of these run. So let's F5 it. And of course it wants to save first. And now we should have 3 files possible to open here at the desktop. We have shards, control, and pattern. And let's repeat what we did just quickly. Or rather, since we had problems with it, maybe I should just do shards. Because it has a bigger likelihood of actually working if we haven't messed about with it. Huh? What do you think? I'm just double checking that I have the TTS working, but I think I heard it during the start, right? Yeah. Also, I'm going to enable
test.
I'm going to enable YouTube's TTS because I noticed a message yesterday. I just had a few trolls before. That's why I didn't have it enabled. So people just talking about random stuff that's not really related to what I stream. That's not what I'm doing. And then when I mute it, the top theme is enable TTS, you know. So I'm just enabling it now. We'll see what happens. There. And let's do a quick test of TTS on YouTube. I know it's a bit delayed, but not that much, right? Yeah, it's enabled. And speaker bot is on. So I'm going to test trigger.
Malicio Suhail says this is a test message.
Yeah. So it works that far.
Fixit42 Live says testing.
Yeah, so it was just probably hadn't started yet the first time. So anyway, we got this now to crash. And let's look at it. We can see that we have 42, 42, 42, 42 in here. Right, because the actual things 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 0, 8 were after the EIP in this one. And it didn't work. Because it's not supposed to just outfit all of it here. So I mean, it worked. It worked too well. And I learned last time that if I do follow in dump, I can see it here easier. I'm so sorry about my throat being odd. So wasn't there anything else to try here? So if I try, there's so little space here, but maybe a little easier to see. So we have all the numbers up to FF. We didn't find any bad characters. So it's asking us to find the bad characters, right? And now we even have the fresh box, freshly started machine.
Loading. Says test.
Hello, test. Welcome back. Let's see. So we're supposed to get another response. We're supposed to get one character working. Well, nothing really. We're supposed to get just a null. And it's not this that we get. Which is kind of a problem. Let's actually double check that I did it the way they intended it to be done. So,
Loading. Says hello.
hello. The next step would
Loading.
be to generate
Says
a
how are you
wave.
doing?
I'm great, how are you? Or rather, my throat keeps annoying me and being coffee. That's annoying when I'm trying to read stuff. The next step would be to generate a wave file with characters in ERC. Generated by ERC. Yeah. Write a new function, bad cars, and use a similar code to the EAP control function. Yeah, so we have done all this. We have
Loading.
done
Says I'm
this.
fantastic right now.
Great. Hope you have a great weekend too. It's Friday, and it's
Alexander Hagline says
technically
hello.
afternoon, right? At least 2 minutes past. Hello. Welcome back. So, I'm thinking we're going to check some walkthrough of someone else who's done this and see if they actually got the result they got. Because people usually do that, even for learning stuff. We can now run our exploit with F5 to generate. Yeah, we did this, you know. And comparing our input. And when we get to this, for us, this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4,
Alexander
5, 6.
Hagline says I'm so bored RN and school. White says
Yeah.
hello.
Yes, you're very welcome here to have some fun. Hello, everybody. So, if you look here, you can see that for us, we didn't get just the null. Just the
White
0,
says my
0
friend is
here.
fat.
Yeah, so guys, I'm going to turn TTS off again, okay? Related to the stream stuff, you know? So I had it on in, what was it, 3 minutes? I'll still be able to read what you say, you know, but I'm turning it off. Sorry, that's live. If you talk about stuff that's not related to stream, I'm closing TTS down because I want to focus on actually studying this. So here we can see the registers, and now we're in Windows 10, so this is modern stuff, you know. We can see here that our EIP has been overridden, so we can redirect the program execution. So I think I can only drag that all the way. Yeah, that's I don't want to do that. Well, it doesn't matter. This is not my machine. It's just a VM that will be reset anyway. Right, so we can see all the numbers here, and that they continue all the way down to FF. And I don't think there's a single null in here, which is supposed to be. There's supposed to be nulls. There. So, guys, you said my friend is fat. How is that related to this in any way? And how is it a good thing to say? So if I was a weight losing expert and you formulated that in a kinder way, then I might have even replied and had tips, you know? But this is just, you're just trolls when saying stuff like that. I understand you're just kids, you know? But still, I want to focus on studying. That's why I turned it off. So you're very welcome to stay in chat and learn things if you want to. Yeah, I understand, but it's still disturbing the stream. So I've told you, you have had the chances before. So you had the chance to use TTS again. And you used it that way, so that's it. I'm going to focus on this now. We can manually go through the stack. We just did. We're not going to do this again. If it automatically compared, but it doesn't, it just shows us both lines, which is very, very, very primitive. As we can see, yeah, so we did what they wanted. Because our output, we tried this yesterday, and the output for us is, we have the exact same thing here and here. So there's no difference at all. So, they found that null was a bad byte. I did not. Let's actually press this button. So it keeps trying to execute stuff. This data is still the same. This is kind of what I wanted to see. Because it paused execution before on division by null errors actually, but apparently they were handled within the program, so it worked. So guys, I'm going to time you out again if you keep doing just single letter messages. Not that I have a YouTube chat on screen or anything, but still. Tell me what you want to learn in cybersecurity, in computers. You know, I worked in IT as an IT specialist since like before you were born, probably. Since 95, 96. Yeah. So, if you have any questions on learning computer stuff, or anything, or, well, I don't think you probably don't know more about this than me, because then you would be talking about other stuff. So, take the opportunity to talk about useful stuff instead. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so let's check it out. First, the name. Let's get the name of it. So it's stack-based buffer overflows. And I can't copy this, can I? Maybe I can copy it from here. Nah. Let's just go. So let's see. Here's someone's video. I would prefer text, so we can just read it, but it could be nice to see an image too of if it's actually what it's supposed to be. Yeah, I'm curious what the other people say. Right, so that was useless. Let's actually look at this. How far into it is it?
Scroll down. C#
Kinda.
code. I'm commenting this command.
Oh, this is slow.
Run.
Let's mute it. I just want to see the results. Maybe it was there. Yeah. So they're getting the what you're supposed to get. Let's see. So, yeah. Ah, that's annoying. Let's pause it. So they're getting lots of Sarahs, all of it. Yeah. We could this doesn't work, you know. This is annoying. Let's see. So so I know how to get around this probably. If we just want the answer, you know, if you go to the next one, it'll probably include this in its commands. Okay, that's interesting. So this is what I meant. So they only have null here in their bad characters list, so it's probably one. But for me, it's not a bad character. So I guess we wouldn't really need to void it. It's just... let's see it as an opportunity. We can test both ways and see. Right? Let's see here. So... I just realized... So... there. You got your timeout. Was that the goal? I assume you can still see this. I assume that the timeout doesn't only times you out from chat, right? So I can ban too if that's necessary, because I don't want this to be a repeating thing. But you're very welcome here, and you can change your ways, and you're welcome to learn. And together with me and explore stuff, the insides of the computer, how it works. This is very interesting stuff, you know. Cool stuff. So I've seen what I wanted. They just have null. So we could probably have guessed that it's not a lot of them. We could just have guessed answering 1, 2, 3, and the first would probably have been the right answer. Try to repeat what you learned in the section to identify all bad characters in the program. What is the total number of bad characters you identified? So I guess I'll try with a 1. And it's not correct. So what if I do 1? Yeah, so it's also not correct. So it could be 2. This is a very stupid thing. But for me it was 0. Let's actually say 0. Yeah, so it is Sarah. It's supposed to be Sarah. I didn't think that. It was actually supposed to be Sarah. So I have examples, because this took lots of time for me to actually try the number 0 here. And it's not fun. I want to practice finding bad characters. I don't want to have no bad characters. That's boring. But I guess it's a program that's like a real program. So that's why it's... So I can accept that in a wave 5 all values are acceptable, which is very logical and reasonable. But they still have this in their example. And as I don't just read or quickly look through and then do stuff, but I want to test all the commands, you know. That's the reason you want to practice it. You want to learn it, not just read and quickly test, right? So I guess we just go to the next one. I'm just disappointed. Actually, let's see what the hint says. I'm curious. Once both lines match, you're done. Meaning it's done from the start. Well, so my positive feelings about it should be academies but for overflow rooms is kind of going down a lot on the Windows one. The Linux one was better, but now they're having this useless Python code. It's worse than just doing it on the command line. And it takes more time. And if you don't know Python, it will complicate stuff that's not complicated. And now they had this. No bad. Well, let's just continue. Finding a return instruction. As we've confirmed that we control the address stored in EIP when the program executes the return instruction ret. We know that we can subvert the program execution and have it return, and you're not seeing what I'm seeing there. We can subvert the program execution, have it execute any instruction we want by writing the instruction's address in EIP, which would get executed after the return instruction ret. But what instructions are at our disposal? And how would a single assembly instruction help us in gaining code execution? This is what we will discuss in this section. So in Linux we just pointed to the stack and run it. So we'll see what we'll do here. Subverting program flow. To successfully subvert the program's execution flow, we must write a working address at EIP that leads to an instruction that will benefit us. Currently, we have only written for B's at EIP, which obviously is not a working address. And when the program attempts to go to this address, it will fail, which will lead the entire program to crash. To find an address which address we can use, we must look at all the instructions used or loaded by our program. Pick one of them and write its address at EIP. In modern system with address space layout randomization, ESLR, if you choose an address, it will be useless, as it would change the next time our program runs, since it gets randomized. In that case, we would have to follow a method of leaking the current set of addresses in real time and using our exploit. However, we're not dealing with any of these types of protections in this module. So we can assume that the address we pick will not change, and we can safely use it in our program. To know what instruction to use, we must first know that we want what we want this address to do. While more advanced binary exploitation methods like ROP rely on utilizing and mapping various local instructions to perform the attack, like sending a reverse shell. We do not have to get this advanced yet, since we're dealing with a program with most memory protections disabled. So, we will utilize a method called known as jumping to stack. Jumping to stack, as we already have input into the stack, which we are overriding with data, we can potentially write instructions that will send us a reverse shell when executed, in the form of machine code shellcode. Once we write our data to the stack, we can then direct the program execution flow to the stack, so that it starts executing our shellcode, at which point we would receive a reverse shell and gain control over the remote server. Is there anyone else who thinks that all of this text is useless? That it could be said much shorter? And it's like in Sweden we have short books with like hopefully more compressed stuff, and then you get an American book and then they're like paid per word or something. That's the classical thing we usually say in Sweden, at least. And it's like a lot of useless words, you know, you just put extra words in there. So that's what I'm doing with my notes. I'm making short things you don't have to read a lot. This is all that's needed to understand the buffer overflows, right, as far as I understand them now. So we don't need this long text. So to redirect execution flow to stack, we must write an address to AIP to do so. This would have been enough. It covers all of this. This can be done in two ways. Now we go get into stuff here. Write the ESP address top of the stack to EIP, so it starts execution code found on the top stack using a JMP ESP instruction, which redirect execution flow to the stack. Yeah, and I think we will do this now. This we have done lots of times. Well, not really this. We've just jumped to our own address. But right now, it's actually the top of stack that is where our shellcode is. So, before we continue, or will be, I'm assuming they'll use the same space they used for testing bad cars. Before we continue, we must note that this method does not work with modern machines. As we have mentioned previously, it is considered a legacy method of exploitation. But we need to learn it first. Just overflow the shellcode on the stack and jump to it. Sure, Grandma, let's get you to bed. It's kinda old. Modern system and programs are compiled with the NX bit on the stack. With the NX bit on the stack, or the DAP memory protection in Windows. So I don't think there's a big area explaining this here, which prevents executing any code written to the stack. So even if we would write the shell code on the stack, it would not be executable, nor would we find a JMP ESP instruction that we can use within the program. So this NX bit on the stack, when I read this, I assumed this is the execute stack protection. We also have read this, we've already got notes on, but let's do this. So I'm thinking, let's do, just type nx bit stack. I want to know exactly how it works. So let's start here. Yeah, so annex is no executable. Yeah. It's a technology used in CPUs to segregate areas of a virtual address space to store either data or processor instructions. An operating system was apart for the NX bit, marked certain areas of an address space as non-executable. And this confirms my change of try hack me nodes. Let's see. Should be a parenthesis after a bit of text that I'm assumed I would need to change because it's odd. So yeah, it's probably here. Yeah, so here should probably be non-exec because they said read only. So let's change this. Now we know it is non-exec. And let's actually do NX here too, right? To get that in here. I don't want to make much more text about it right now, at least. This is to prevent users from putting shellcode in memory and running it by setting instruction pointer, right? So the processor will then refuse to execute any code residing in these areas of address space. The general technique, new executable space protection. So can I click this? So it says the same thing with another word starting. It doesn't have a nice like shorter version. Hardware support in 1961. Oh my god, that's so long ago. So when was it introduced into modern, as in x86s? Because if it has to be in a processor, 64-bit. IA32. 32-bit version of the exercise instruction set architecture designed by Intel first implemented in the 386. So 85, not 386. But of course the OS needs to use it too, right? So FreeBSD was first. Linux. Hi, welcome in.
Superimposer says.
Hi Sophia, how is it going today?
Yeah, I'm good except for my throat is like, I'm hoping it will keep up. How are you? So, we're exploring setting bits of memory as non-executable meaning you can't put your shellcode on the stack to make it execute. That's what we're looking at here. When it actually was introduced in different operating systems and what processors started supporting it. It seems to be 386, but not actually implemented anywhere until 2004. Didn't say 2006. 2004.
I'm good. I have internet again. 300 euros later I have it obviously. D.
Ooh. Oh, that's expensive. What happened to internet? So, let's see here. The availability of the NX bit on 32-bit x86 kernels, which may run on both 32-bit x86 and 64-bit i32 compatible CPUs is significant because 32-bit x86 kernel would not normally expect the NX bit that the AMD 64 supplies. NX enable patch ensures that the kernels.
The router decided it was time to go, and I couldn't do anything about it other than buy a new one.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that happens. Hopefully not very often though, right? So I don't know if it actually ever happened to me. But sometimes hardware just becomes bad, right? It's not fast enough. I think we actually had a home-built firewall that was the Linux one overheat. That's the only hardware crash, I think. So it kind of died from overheating after a few years. Worn out. Some desktop Linux distributions enable high mem64 option by default in the default kernels, which is required to gain access to NX bit in 32-bit mode. So I'm not going to read all of this. So it mentions Android FreeBSD Linux, and then it starts talking about Windows in the middle of this.
It was a power line failure that makes it broken in a loop reboot. I think is a good idea to invest in an UPS, but next month because for now I'm out with Butterfly on the bank account lol.
Yeah, but you don't need an UPS. I mean, if it was a spike in the power, right? You just get some kind of fused power outlet, and then you're safe. That's much cheaper. Maybe in the phone store even, if you're lucky. For a system that like NX hardware. So I'm scrolling to find Windows, OpenBSD Windows. So first implementation of non-executable stack for Windows 94 2000 XP. So there was a secure sec product.
No, it was a shortage, but also with spikes the UPS can have surge protection and battery backup.
But how could a lack of power kill it? The hardware? That's not really a thing. Tell me. I'm thinking it was a spike anyway, but that's just me. Starting with the NX features were implemented for the first time on x64. Well, we already knew it was XP that they started getting these security features into Windows. So it's time for ChatGPT question about this. So please explain the NX bit. Its Functionality. What it affects. That's good enough. And I've already told it to remember to make short replies, so let's see what's short. Kinda short. The NX bit, no execute bit, is a hardware-based security feature used in CPUs to mark certain
It was off the
areas
power
of
for a couple of
memory.
seconds, my assumptions, because I don't have tools to check if I'm right. The ISP was performing background stuff as usual on the router, and the power went out for a couple of seconds, maybe in the middle of the update slash whatever they did.
Okay, so firmware problem. Okay. Yeah, but you could always play with it. Open it. I would open it and see if I can, like, update it anyway, externally.
I've phoned the ISP, but as obvious they negate any involvement on doing stuff in background.
Okay. So, but they usually update the rotor then. Because you are not doing it. I mean, I would open it up and look and see what it looks like. I mean, if something is visible, then it's probably a spike or something. And if it looks good, then you can see if you can read what's on the chip. That's a memory. Just connect a bit of wires in there. It's all good. This prevents code from being run in those smart regions, which helps.
My idea
identify
is to
certain
buy an
types of
EEPROM
attacks.
programmer with USB capabilities, and clamps
Yeah.
to read the firmware of the BIOS ECC.
Exactly. Yeah, that's my thought. Do that. Fun stuff, right?
But as before, not now, because also those are pricey here.
Yeah, everything like that is pricey, but maybe you can just use basic things. I mean, you don't always have to have advanced tech to... I mean, I've seen these things that just grab onto a ship and you don't have to do anything yourself, but you can also just pull cables, use a simple pick that costs 3 Swedish crowns, which is like nothing, or something. It just needs to have a processor fast enough to be able to, and then you just interface to your USB or something on the computer.
All my electronic test equipments are in my old job. I'm left with an old €13 multimeter, and that's it.
Yeah, you can't really read data with a multimeter. But, you know, I don't know how much the ESP I bought now from China was. If it was like €3. But you can get tiny Arduino things for...
Then life
like
happened,
1.
COVID, and I let it
Yeah.
go a little too much.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's lots of Arduinos around there, isn't it? But maybe original ones that are more expensive, not Chinese ones. Yeah, so I should probably reread all of
But
this.
sure, my idea is to buy stuff for have fun.
Yeah. So I'm allowing myself to get distracted here because this is fun, right? So let's just see. We don't know what kind of interface. Maybe it even has USB, you know, if you just open it up. Maybe it has pins, like TXRX pins in there. Come on. Oh my god, I don't want notifications. I unboxed all the climbing stuff, you know, it knows. But I've been looking at backpacks. I actually ordered a backpack. So if we go for electronic stuff, so
I can't buy from AliExpress. For you $5 is €15 because of tariffs.
yeah, we have that too, but it's still cheaper. So if I log out, so this is not what I want. So we want interface. Well, BIOS, USB. So yeah, so you can always unplug them. That's kind of probably it's like SMD, you know.
Look what price USB EEPROM programmer have for Y9. Ooh. You.
Okay. So we kind of got the same results there. Okay, that's interesting.
Fix-It says.
Test.
Yeah. So what happened? So I'll just read this now, so I have read it. The NX bit, no execute bit, is a hardware-based security feature based in CPUs.
Superimposer
to
says.
mark certain...
From me they goes from €25 above, plus
Okay.
taxes and if I'm not lucky imports.
Okay. Of memory as non-executable. This prevents code from being run in those marked regions, which helps defend against certain types of attacks like buffer overflow exploits. Functionality. The NX bit marks pages of memory as data only, meaning they cannot execute all. So data only, not really non-execute. Well, it's the same thing. It's data, it's not program code. It's commonly used in conjunction with software security techniques like data execution prevention (DP). Prevents malicious code from running in areas meant for data, like stack or heap. Reduces the risk of executing injected code from vulnerable applications or exploits. By enforcing a separation between executable and non-executable memory region, it enhances overall security, system security against memory-based attacks. We can continue with this later. So I'm like, let's open a new tab. Let's go AliExpress again. So I know that my prices are much higher. So it still remembers the same one if we search. So I don't know what's happened with this tab. Let's just kill it. Very odd, just went black. So also we can see free shipping on this one, and here you always have to see the full price, you know.
I think your camera is stuck, or it is me.
Oh yeah, okay, because there was like something happened there. I don't know what it was, but something happened. So I'll just restart again. So it shouldn't be the camera for you. So let's see if it gets started again. So it's restarting. Yeah, I can move again. So I know there are these crazy expensive things, you know.
Yay, you are alive again, D.
I'm alive. Here you can see these. Let's look at this. So this looks like something interesting actually. It's free shipping if you buy something else too because it's too cheap, you know. Oh, they are all different. So different prices for different things. But they are these clamps that I talked about that you don't have to really attach to the pins yourself. So
Exactly.
So here's a USB, and they have pins here too. So instead of putting a chip, you can just clamp onto it. Yeah. So €2 then for this thing, for example. But you need to have some kind
Those
of
are way more pleasant
reader.
to use rather than desolder the chip.
Yeah, yeah. Especially if it's SMD, so you'll probably break something, right? If nothing else with the heat. Oh look. So what are the sizes for these?
Not probably, I would break something period, D.
Yeah, yeah. So you'd have to look at what it looks like and see what could possibly fit. So this is SOP 16, so it had 8 on each side, and there's, you know, curved needles. Yeah, so it's like almost impossible. I've tried to hold different things in place on different pins. So if you can't like hook onto anything, or if it's too tight or whatever, it's very hard to do it. But then of course sometimes you might have to like disconnect.
I think I will try to buy as cheap as possible, more clamps to have more versatility.
Yeah, so these are not, I mean, compared to a candy bar, it's not much, you know.
Versatility.
Yeah. So, but maybe you don't need all the versions, like straight feet and curved needles. So it's not that big of a difference. So programmer test clip straight needle, and this one says curved needle. And so these are straight here, and these are, yeah, it's just a connector on the side that's not towards the ship. And the other side we can easily
Not they are not much,
change.
but I'm scared to buy and have to pay a fine with money I don't have, so I have to be careful where and how to buy.
Right. Yeah, yeah. So of course there's also Amazon, right? So more expensive, quicker delivery, and we can search for. So where did this come from? I did search for backpack, but I have no idea what camelback is even. Oh, is it that it's water? Is it water? Probably. So let's just do the same thing here. So these are actually kind of useful, though they're very simple. So just the first price of the first thing, and it can't really sort on price, right? So, but here's, I think this is like a similar thing. It's not expensive very much, not that much. $12. This doesn't have anything like that. This have one of these. It's for sub 8. Let's look at it. Yeah. So it's also wire, of course, there. And a few of those we saw before. I'm thinking, is there a big picture of this? No. So 8 means it's 4 on each side, so it's not that much. But it all depends on what's on there, you know. I would explore it just for fun, if nothing else. And take the cheap one with a wait a month delivery time, right? So these all seem to be the same thing, right? Oh. So we could do like SAP, whatever.
I had some stuff on my shopping list on Amazon, but now I'm with the other OSANC I can't check. But those things are my idea for having a little bit of fun, and main go back to play with what my electronic degree taught me, D.
Oh. Yeah. Yes, I'm closing this down now. By the way, I looked for orange backpacks. There are a lot of orange backpacks. So I ordered one, we'll see. I think it's arrived in Sweden. Kinda quick. So we read this, and I think I have enough in my notes already, so we don't need to add anything. Maybe the data only. I think it's obvious here, right? Are marked as non-executable NX. To run this one, putting shellcode.
Who knows, maybe I find IoT bugs hunting is my thing, D.
Yeah, yeah.
Orange backpack looks nice.
Yeah, I want some color. It's so boring with everybody having grey and black and dark blue and, you know. I went to the store and looked, and right now there's no colors. Something was like purple and pink, like some kind of pattern, but there were no pockets anywhere. It was just a smooth thing, like with one zipper. I'm like, okay, so where do I put my water bottle? I went, you know, to be able to put more than one thing in there. And then, like, all backpacks have a computer.
Have you tried on Decathlon?
Place. No, I don't think so. I just looked at one where I passed by. So I haven't really looked at a lot of places. I think it was Stadium I looked at. So I'm just thinking it's not very colorful right now, like in fashion or whatever. You just get that vibe from looking at the clothes in the stores, just quickly. Yeah, let's continue, I guess. Modern systems and programs are compiled with the NX bit on the stack and the DAP. Let's actually look at that in notes too, because we have DAP here, and this is actually a part of it. So they don't say it as a part.
I think I've shifted your attention a little bit too much, sorry. Let's go on with the work less than 3.
Yeah, no problem. I'm already back on it. Which prevents executing any code written on the stack. So even if you write shellcode on the stack, it would not be executable. Nor will we find a jump ESP instruction we can use within the program. However, as we mentioned at the beginning of the module, it is still very beneficial to start by learning such techniques. And they call it module. So it is correct to call it module. As they form since they form more advanced techniques like SEH and ROP. So Once we master this technique, our next step as binary exploitation will be bypassing protection and utilize more advanced method to gain code execution without needing to write shellcode to the stack. Using ESP address. Let's first try the most basic method of writing the address of the top of the stack ESP. Once we write an address to EIP, so we're going to do both. Okay. And the program crashes on the return of red. The debugger would stop at that point, and the ESP address at the point would match the beginning of our shellcode. Similarly to how we saw our characters on the stack when looking for bad characters. We then take note of the ESP address at this point, which in this case is yeah, so we just, well, let's just read it this time. We can also look at the stop. Actually, I will do this because time left. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm thinking that's it, right? Because it says 6 hours max and it starts with 2 apparently, since it was an hour left. By the way, that's a funny timing. It had 61 minutes left, and that's when I thought of checking. So we'd have had 1 minute if it was an hour. Of course we need to look at it. We can't just read text. We need to test stuff. That's the whole point, right? So I'm going to restart it this way. And let's click again. And it's slow there. So first time I probably just clicked into the VM, right? So if we do this and we do the cars one, we would get let's do it. Let's just do it and look. So if we scroll up here, we can see the address here, and this should be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and right now ESP is it's the same as they have. So ESP is currently, well, we can just read it here too, because this is what's selected with the green. Well, so this is the same number as that we have. Find the same information there. This method may work for a particular program. I had to see if there was any string like this for me, and it's not. But it's not a very reliable method on Windows machines. First, the input we are attacking here is an audio file. So we see all the characters are allowed without bad characters. However, in many cases, we may be attacking a string input or a program argument, in which case null would be a bad character. We would have to use the address of ESP since it begins with 00. Oh, we would not be able to use. Another reason is that the address of ESP may not be the same on all machines. So it may work through the debugging and exploit development process, but may not be the same address when we fire the exploit at the real target, as it might have a different ESP address. at which point our exploit would fail. Nevertheless, let's note this address and continue, and we'll test both methods in the next section. So, on the topic of useless extra text. Using GMP ESP. The more reliable way of executing shellcode loaded on the stack is to find an instruction used by the program that direct program execution flow to the stack. This is an odd thing to me that it can exist, but apparently we can use several such instructions, but we will be using the most basic one, GMP ESP, that jumps to the top of the stack and continues execution. And that's why they wanted us to put the testing for bad characters after the address, after what overrides the IP. Locating modules. To find this instruction, we must look through executables and libraries loaded by our program. This includes the program's exe file, the program's own DLL libraries, any Windows DLL libraries used by the program. To find a list of all loaded libraries by the program, we can use ERC module info. So it's not built into x64DBG. Because so far my experience of ERC is that it is not good. When it's supposed to compare the memory contents to a binary file, it just printed it and told us to do it. We'll see. Let's run it. So we go to log to run stuff. We type. We have to click here too. Come on. I did click. Is it there? So no way to see it before I typed, or maybe it's just slow. So I'm trying lowercase. All right, wrong keyboard. Module info. Let's see if it can do this. It is Windows after all. Yeah. So we don't have to do uppercase. We find many modules loaded by the program. However, we can skip the files with NX compact as we're looking for JMP ESP instruction. So the file should not have stack execution protection. So let's, oh gosh, it's so slow. So NX compat here should be false. This is nice to have it here, the NX compat, ASLR. Yeah, so they thought about it. Well, of course, I guess. Rebase or ASLR. So rebase here too. Since these protections would cause the address to change between runs. As for OS DLL, if we are running on a newer Windows version like Windows 10, like we're on Windows 10, we can expect all OS DLL files to have all memory protections present. So we would not be able to use any of them. If we were attacking an older Windows version like Windows XP, many of the OS DLLs likely have no protections, so we can look for JMP ESP instruction in them as well. If we only consider files with full set on all protections, we would get the following list. So let's look. So all, here we have a false on all, and that's the first one they list, and then we have a lot of trues here. There's false on all. It's not in their list. Yeah, it is. I have to look again. Yeah, it is. And then we have this one is true here. So here's another one with false. Oh my god, it jumped. True. How far did I scroll? Yeah, so it jumped all the way up here. This is false all the way. That's their third one, and they only had 3, so I guess we could probably assume, yeah, no, nothing else. All of them are true on the first one, rebase. So, I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to send it to ChatGPT and ask it to explain the headers. Okay, so let's see what it says, and it has still the memory of short replies. Please explain the headers. Different types of protection. I don't want it to just say it's different type of protection, so I'm just adding that. The headers you've shown provide a snapshot of protection mechanisms applied to different modules loaded by a process CD extract. Here's a breakdown of the protection types. Rebase indicates whether the module can be relocated in memory. If true, the module is rebased to avoid conflicts with other loaded modules. Okay, so it isn't really a security feature, it's just a flexibility that makes it hard to do stuff. Safe SEH, safe structured exception handling, protects against structured exception handling SEH based exploits. If false, the module does not have SEH. Well, couldn't it say something useful instead of that? So SLR randomized memory addresses used by executables make it harder for attackers to predict target addresses. NX compat, no executable compatible, refers to the NX bit, which prevents execution of code in non-executable memory region, helping to mitigate buffer overflow attacks. OSDLL indicates whether the module is part of operating system DLLs. Oh, so that was well. So I think it just took me too literally. Yeah, it says OSDLL. Right, and we're on Windows, and that's why I want it. We're on Windows 10. That's why we want it to be false too. This table shows that many modules have SLR and expect protection disabled. False potentially exposes them to exploit like buffer overflows or code injection attacks. However, most system DLLs have these protections enabled. Yeah. So, we know now that rebase is just, it's okay to relocate me. It's not like a safety feature. Structure exception handling exploits. So I need to learn about this. I don't know it yet. The question is, should we take some notes on that this is something to look into later. Oh gosh, I still have a bit of training ache, but I mostly feel like a bit sick. But when I stretched, I really felt it. Well, so let's go back. Actually, let's close a few tabs. We don't need these. And I like the feature that you have of Chrome, that it shows how much memory with just hovering over the tab. Is there a way to see this here? Because that makes it so obvious, right? We can close this one too. The fun thing is that they didn't get the same thing we got, right? Let's see. All right, it was the Indianness. I wanted that saved. What's this? It's one of the links from the page. But what is it about? This seems useless. No, it's not one of the links, is it? Oh well, whatever. Let's continue looking here. So, as we can see, all of the files belong to the program itself. Let's actually look what files it is, because it doesn't say. Oh gosh. It's the exe itself here. Then we had DLL, AKRIP32, and OGDLL. Yeah, so I'm hungry. I'm thinking, what should I get? Because I want to get something quickly. So I tried to make my pausing better, and I kind of broke it for myself because I got annoyed at the music. So let's see, what if I click this button now? Will my song off work? No. I don't think so. But I can always mute it. Wrong thing. Oh, that's the overlay. Right. Meaning I can't do it if I want this. It's also the music volume and other things there. Interesting. I'm like, why did I do that? Yeah, I was thinking I should make it prettier, and then I don't like it afterwards. Yeah, so I'll just go downstairs. Let's actually
As we can see, all of the files belong to the program itself, which indicates that the program and all of its files were compiled without any memory protection, which means we may find JMP ESP instructions in them. The best option is to use an instruction from the program itself, as we'll be sure that this address will exist regardless of the version of Windows running the program. Searching for JMP ESP. Now that we have a list of loaded files that may include the instruction we are looking for, we can search them for usable instructions. To access any of these files, we can go to the Symbols tab by clicking on it or hitting Alt+E. Module Symbols. We can start with dextract.exe and double-click it to open View and search its instructions. To search for the JMP ESP instruction within the instructions of this file, we can click Ctrl+F, which allows us to search for any instruction within the open file dextract.exe.
So, there, now I'm on the normal mic. Ah, you get all the family drama. Not much drama though. Thoroughly discussed shellcode generation. Yeah, in this one module that's paid. And the various methods to do so. In some instances, we may find. By the way, if you register for HackTheBox with a link. So, did I send a link? No? I was planning to add it. Where did I paste it, really? Anyway, then I can get more cubes without anyone paying anything. So, if you find ourselves limited by space, we will not have many bytes to write to, and money may have to use one of the methods discussed to generate short shellcode. Which, now I'm curious about this one. Before I thought it was just basic assembler. However, we are dealing with thousands of bytes in our buffer in our keys, so we would not have to worry about such limitations. So, to generate our shellcode, we will use Venom, which can generate shellcodes for Windows systems. While tools like Pwn tools currently only support Linux shellcodes. Okay, so I guess because we used Venom and other stuff. Maybe we can just ask ChatGPT. Also, computer for computer language stuff, right? City framework and exploit development library. Example shellcraft sh. As so, I'll have to look at this. Python library. So, and also I want to read the code, but that's probably too long. So, last update 6 hours ago. Okay, so it's updated. First, we can list all available payloads for Windows 32-bit as follows. Right. Grep. So. So let's stay here, I guess. Actually, I'm going to open a new tab for this. And we don't need to be in this directory here. So yeah. So someone suggested I don't use clear. But when I did the other command, it was still, we were able to scroll up. So that wasn't the same thing. So I'll keep typing clear. So 3 minutes. Let's do MS Venom, if I can spell. Let's actually modify this one because I'm lazy today. We were actually not doing this. We were actually doing something else, so let's just MSF Venom. I guess I'll have to actually type some things here, or I'll have to. So let's do payloads. Why they do pipe it to grep, I don't know. Anyway, this is slow. We're not grabbing far or anything. So Windows 32-bit. So let's say we grabbed far for this, and X32 or whatever, you know. Let's scroll up a bit. Maybe just Windows. I'm going to the top. Come on. Yeah, so they're Windows slash. So let's just do the same and grep for Windows slash. My God. I didn't type grep. So that happens sometimes, your brain just glitches. Why is it itching on my shoulder? So here's all the 64-bit. This is just too much still to be useful, right? I should have cleared between two. Yeah, I prefer the format we had before too. So it's been in 65 minutes now from cold oven. I put 5 more minutes. So for initial testing, let's try Windows exec and execute calc. I guess we'll do it. Sorry, wrong screen. So it's asking us to use Windows exec here. So we'll of course do this and test it and play with it. But I'm very hungry, so I really hope the food is done. Now I'm going to check the food. Minus 3 o'clock. What? 3 o'clock. Oh, okay. Lite till tid, gubben. Lite till tid. Ah, yes, it just started getting some color on the top. And I'm dying from hunger. So let's just do it. I'm curious why. Okay, they're just showcasing. So we already have done this. But okay. So let's copy this as an example. So I'm actually making more of these now instead. Windows shellcode. Let's do that. So it already had it, of course. So that is easy enough to understand, to not have any comments for now. I might add something. So let's just run it. By the way, this time they didn't have a out file and messing about with that. So Python. Yeah, so no architecture and no platform. Platform is Windows, obviously. x86. It's doing Shikadai. And it's 220 bytes. And why not put all of this? In here instead. Right, so let's delete that and paste this. So we have a better example. So then we're going to copy this. Why have an empty line? Yeah, so that's not it. I just let it go the 3 minutes that was left. So let's add 10 now. So let's 80 minutes when it's done. When it beeps. 50 plus 20 plus 10. Oh, 50 plus 15 plus 5 plus 10. That is. So let's just copy this, and they will probably tell us to add to that file. So let's see what they say. Next, we can copy the buff variable into our exploit. We will now define the final function, def exploit, which will be our main exploit code. So let's hop over to here, and let's paste this here, just temporary, and let's. Okay, so they made a comment with that there. We can copy all of this and put it here, and then we can confirm that. Oh, well, this is not the same as the first line. So why? Oh, the other lines are plus equals. That's why. Okay, we can keep it. So let's select all the lines in tab. I don't want to do all the lines again. I don't know why I did last time. And this is what we did to get this. We only got different things than they did. And it's also 220 bytes. So This is not finished, obviously. Tip: it is advised to be a best practice to add a comment above the shellcode with the command used to generate it, in case we want to modify it or generate it in the future, or if we just wanted to know what it will execute. The final payload. And now that we have our shellcode, we can write a final payload that will write to the wave file to be opened in our program. So far, we know the following: buffer. We can fill the buffer by writing a times offset. EIP, the following 4 bytes should be our return address. Buff. After that, we can add our shellcode. In the previous section, we found multiple return addresses that can work in executing any shellcode we write on the stack. And obviously, these were the same for us as them, so it's not like it's hopping around. Any of these would work in executing the shellcode we write on the stack. Feel free to test some of them. We will start with the most reliable one, jump ISP. And we'll pick the first address and write it to as our return address. To convert it to hex, to convert it from hex to an address in little endian, we'll use a Python function pack found in the struct library. We can import this function by adding the following line, and then I hop here and see these funny things, right? Byte order. So the funny thing is that they need even a conversion. So they're trying to do everything in Python. So it's like they're trying to teach people Python more than the buffer overflows. And that's odd to me. Whatever. We can do one thing at a time, right? We can import this function in the following struct pack. Yes, Ben. So just a sec. Yes, love. So I'm trying to convince my kid that he needs to learn how to tie knots, and his pants are falling down, and he managed to a simple rosette knot. He managed to make it into a tight knot that I had to help him with now. Oh, whatever. So he's only interested in, he wanted it's like making scratch programs and lots of stuff. But it's interest. That's what's the only thing, you know. Autism. Well, let's go. Continue. So. Right, so they're doing this. Let's do their way, just to do it. Right. Though, pack, I don't think I've used pack. And this was obviously an odd way to do something, which has an actual function for it. So So let it be like that. Now we can turn our code into proper form. Use L to specify we want a little engine. I guess we will just make a comment here that L equals little onion. Though it's not as pretty as if you do the one I just found there. Byte order, big or little? Isn't that prettier? I'm too tired now. Let's see if we can continue. I don't know how to tab between the tabs. There, now we're back. Shellcode padding. And now that we have buffer and the IP, we can add our shellcode buff after them and generate our wave file. However, depending on the program's current stack frame and stack alignment, by the time our jump ESP instruction is executed, the top of the stack address ESP may have moved slightly. The first few bytes of our shellcode may get skipped, which will lead the shellcode to fail. You can check they're really wanting to sell this non-free module here to get a better understanding of stack alignment. One way to solve this is to add a few junk bytes from our shellcode before our shellcode. So why don't you say nops instead? Keep testing the code until we find out exactly how many bytes get skipped before our shellcode. This is so we can precisely land at the beginning of our shellcode. Why, however, we only need to resort to this method if we had a limited space. Yeah, exactly. Since it takes several attempts to find the byte position of our shellcode. The execution starts. To avoid having to do this, we can add a few nop bytes before our shellcode, which has the machine code 90. The assembly instruction nop is short for no operation, and it is used in assembly for things like waiting for other operations to finish. So if the JMP ESP execution starts at one of these bytes, the program will not crash and will execute these bytes by doing nothing until it reaches the beginning of our shellcode. At this point, our entire shellcode would get executed and should run successfully. The stack alignment needed is usually not more than 16 bytes in most cases, and may rarely reach 32 bytes. Since we have a lot of space, we'll add 32 bytes of NOP before our shellcode. We should guarantee that execution starts somewhere within these bytes, and continue to execute our main shellcode. So the timers work. That's good. Just noticed chat. So let's just add this line too. I guess we can just grab them both from here. So buff is not ready here. Offset buffer EIP just to make sure it's the same. So they're adding this at the bottom. That's not good. Let's do this instead. There'll be more code here because we have to write it to the file too. Yeah, here. So they're using exploit. I was kind of guessing that. Exploit wave. So there. Buffer EIP, NOP, and buff. Let's just make sure they have the right values. We have the offset, we move there, we put the IP, we do this, and then will the not before the buff, of course, there. And we do with, so it auto closes the file. Once we assemble all the parts, our final exploit function should look as follows. Yeah, I saw that they did that. My way's prettier. We can now run our shell code. 5, as if we would want to lose it all. Let's comment this one. So save, all, copy, and now we can paste it into idle. There. So it wanted to save before, or it will ask, so let's do that. Now we should have a new thing to run, so let's refresh this, encode, and the exploit. And we open this, and we get a calculator. So that's good. So we can now run our shell code with F5 in idle, generate exploit. We can run. We don't need to run it in here. And load our file into it. Yeah, so we could just run it too and confirm that it has the same address and everything. By the way, yeah, it stopped. Here, it's just this. This is off. So let's just open exploit. There. Gaining code execution. And it's time to go and get the food first. Så Linus, nu måste den vara klar. Linus. Now I have my food. So it's probably a bit warm, like 200 degrees. The final step would be to utilize this exploit to gain code execution. So they don't count calc. Since we're dealing with a local buffer overflow running in a machine we have user level access to. We will usually use this exploit to escalate our privileges to the admin user. If a local admin executed this program. Another way to utilize this is by writing a malicious wave file that sends back a reverse shell. We would then share the malicious file with a user that uses this vulnerable application and ask them to encode our malicious wave file. When they do, we would receive a reverse shell and gain control over their PC. To do either of these operations, all we have to do is to change our shellcode to do something else. For local privilege escalation, we can use the same command we used for calc.exe, but use cmd.exe instead, as follows. So, we're going to do more after this. I'm thinking cmd. So, I guess we'll run it and we'll do it. And let's be a bit quick about it. So, click there. We have this. Lots of back and forth. So, if we wanted to get a reverse shell, there are many MS of Venom payloads we can use. As follows: reverse, Windows reverse. Oh, that's smart, to grab the grab. So YNF. So I failed before trying to make this machine. I assume it's the same. No, well, no, it's not at all the same. It was on Linux when I think about it. I don't think it could connect to me. So we'll see what it does here. Yeah, so they use localhost 157.0.0.1 here in the Linux one. So let's see what their questions say. Okay, there's a shortcut in the documents folder that runs this as admin. I'm gonna try to use it to get a command prompt as a user admin. Okay. I'm not at all curious to look at that. So I can almost not stop to eat here. Overwhelmed by curiosity. What shall we find? So, sorry, wrong direction here. They have all the things. Let's go here instead. I think that was a shortcut. Was it in documents? No. Where was the shortcut? Whatever. Let's just go this way. It was in documents. Right, the shortcut. So. Run as user. Administrator. Save cred. So now we know. Yeah, jag tänker Ben. Tänker Ben. Hur ser process? Hur är det? Jag sitter och äter. Är det jäkla? Jag tänker inte skynda mig att äta. There. So my oldest wanted more food too. He don't like less, so he usually always has yogurt and then pancakes. So he wanted his pancakes. Yes, I'm curious to see how this works. So they have the full path for runners there for some reason. And the full name to administrator and then the save cred. So I guess since we have UI now, because I've had just like shell, you know, and try to do stuff and it's been hard. It was very limited, that machine. I don't remember what it was. So we have the shortcut. So we're not going to run it like this. We can test it like this. Alright, we can do that. So let's open this. And we're going to, of course, get the new code. So did I run it? I did. I just didn't copy it. So we'll have to get this first. So, And I'm thinking they want us to overwrite the old code, right? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to make another one. So, the eating speed of this now. So we're going to actually copy this one. And call this calc. And right, we want to do that too. So let's call this calc, and then we change that one to this one.
VR Mechatronics says.
Sag Professor McGonagall from Harry Potter, dead. 89 years.
Oh, yeah. She's that old. Oh. Because there are some actors and people that you remember, right? But you don't really know them anyway. But still, it's still sad. So let's copy this one, and let's just minimize this. So we have this here, and replacing it with a new one, saving F5. So
How is
now
going?
we'll have a new file.
I have to update my VR project 2D.
Yeah, so it's going good but slow. I get slow is good because then you learn more. So we're currently going to test loading a file here that will give us a command line shell here. So yeah, who am I is a Windows thing. So we're the student now because we started as the student. So if we now instead go and start the program with this shortcut, and we're going to attach to this with the debugger, or we don't need to really, we can just run it. Let's just run it. So now we encode with this file. Let's see. I have it on the user desktop, so I have to go to the user's desktop. Yeah. So it's very obvious that we're not the user anymore. So exploit, open, and who am I? And we're now the administrator. So that's good. And I'm still hungry. It's still so warm, the food. Should we try reverse shell too? So it's not really, we're not really doing any work here, you know. So I would prefer to have a Python script. We can modify it later. That actually run MSF Venom and in these, so we can just set the IP in a variable, or as input even to our script to create them, and we can set things, you know. And this will always have to be manual in this anyway. That's why I don't see the real use for Python in this case. So we don't have to edit the MSF Venom and remove the characters. So that's the only plus. So yeah, Windows reverse. If you didn't already know, Windows shall reverse TCP. And we could add these. Right, it wanted a file. We'll go back up after we just got this file while we're administrator on the machine. So let's so now I'm too curious to do this the right way. I could just go there, you know. But if we open here, before opening a file, I can do stuff with these files. So the file, it was actually the desktop of this user, right? Documents folder, you'll find the shortcut. Try read the flag on the administrator's desktop. So we don't have to do it. We can just use the programs because it's running as administrator. So, but of course we can just go to it here too. Let's do it too, which is just there because we're not in PowerShell. And let's just type no, we're at the students. So was this did I open several? Is this the old one? No, this is the one where we're administrator. Yeah, I just wanted to check. So then we cd dot. Oh gosh, the keys. Okay, if I cd dot only, then I don't have to type any other keys. cd desktop. So type flag. So we can get it both ways. So let's go back up. We can replace our rough shell code with our exploit with either of these or tested. Let's assume we have access to a machine where we have the privilege to run this program as an administrator. write the shellcode for local privilege escalation. So, but as a run as it was just doing a run as save creds, you know. So the creds were saved already. So I guess it's hard to set up these example machines without giving all the permissions easy. Let's do it. Let's also make a reverse shell. And mostly almost to see if it works, you know. So shell underscore reverse underscore TTP, and we don't want any meter preader. Oh, then I'm copying it. I don't wanna do it again. I already typed it once. No. Right. Whatever. Now we're typing. So if I would have had to type this, I would have had problems with special characters. All of them, since it's the one keyboard. So Windows shell reverse TCP, and we don't have the CMD. Let's do lhost, and we need to see what our IP is. 10, 10, 14, 45. And what port should we use? So in their example, they had removed the bad characters. So we won't do that. We'll test this. So what I didn't do with the last one was to update this. So I'm going to. And oh, that was annoying. I think it's actually right click. Well. Alright, I thought I was in Windows for a second. I was like, what? But of course I Control-C when I Control-C because I was in Kali. So let's go to our code and update the comment because I didn't. This one doesn't run call, it runs CMD instead. Yeah, let's add another one. Let's call it like reverse.
I bought DLC pack for game minus 90% $15 US. Per game itself is $49 US. Next week to make
Okay.
DLC $150 US. Per game minus 80% 9,9 USD.
Yeah, I told you I don't understand, but I if you share it with friends, that's a reason. But I'm still like, so why? You know. So I'm actually going to copy it for the other screen now, but we can paste and that on the
So
same
total
time.
pay $25 instead 200.
Okay, yeah. But 25 USD is still a lot of money for games if you're not playing them. That's how I see it. So did I paste in the wrong place? No, they're both CMD, so I did it after the. So we're pasting this here. And then
For
we're getting
remastered, it
the
is good
code.
price.
Remastered. Yeah, so it all depends on if that's what you want to use your money for, you know? I'll probably do something else with them instead. So I have, like, long ago I bought a lot of books that I didn't have time to read, and I bought games too when I was younger that I didn't have time to play, or I didn't take the time, you know. I prefer doing other stuff, and then stuff gets old and you just have lots of stuff lying around that you don't use, and you paid for it, so it's not then it's not useful. Like, oh, I really want to read this book, it looks so interesting, or, you know, you never take the time. So, but if it's what you want, you do it. I get the free Epic games. I did it yesterday too, for me and my kids. So, I have so many games. Let's look, actually. I haven't paid for any of them. Now I get curious. No. I did click here. And then I typed Epic. So how many games do you think I have in Epic that I haven't paid for? So it started. So how many games? It's 99 plus. Oh, that's a friend request probably. So games, library. Is this less space taking? So installed games. I don't know how we can count. So I have quite a few games that I have not paid anything for. I'm quite sure I haven't
Then,
paid for any
the whole
on
family
Epic.
from Poland will call Uncle in Denmark to add their family account for Christmas.
Yeah. I understand that you share it with the family. But only one of you can play at the same time, right? So, can you see how many games this is? Oh, there! 396. Free games. So, some of them are free always, like, right? But most of them are like you click every week or every day at Christmas times, right? So if you're not doing this, you should do this. Yeah, that's why it's installed. My kids, my oldest played this, so I played with him. Right, so... and it was also free. So... Though I had bought it for him on Steam, before it got free on Epic, so he has both. So... So this one is exploit, so this one will be reverse then. Or actually, let's call this one...
But I have most of the games pre-ordered for VR when
Sony.
Valve Index 2 is available.
VR... I don't know what Valve Index 2 is, but tell me. It's a new VR thingy? So let's update the names too. So I'm always doing things
Web
in a
link.
way that I can reuse them, right? The wave type here is just because of the variable at the top.
It is Valve Index 2.
Oh, YouTube video. So I prefer not having any audio, you know, because yeah, so it's a new head thingy. Yeah. So yeah, so I when I was like 15, no, maybe 20, I was like, so graphics in games, they're getting kind of good, but it's not as good as nature outside, the real world. And I was like, okay, games, that's not that nice. You can see real trees that are not actually almost as good as real trees, but that are as good as real trees because they are real trees. Maybe I'm boring. Maybe it's connected to that I don't like shooting people in games. Since then you can really do stuff, you know? If you're not liking killing people for...
Yes, that's right, it's not worth buying old games. That's why I buy their remastered versions.
No, I'm talking about any games. New or old or whatever. So, but if that's what you think is fun, that's worth it. It's just for me it's not that fun. This is much more fun. You know? I'm enjoying myself. This is what's fun. So I would make this a variable. I would make offset, of course, a variable, global variable. So we don't have to go in here and edit it. And I would want to make this a changeable variable, meaning we would have to run VMs of Venom and pick the right lines out of there. Like grapping buff would be enough. And we got a rhyme out of it too. So if we just grabbed here the output of this, the buff lines. So let's just do it just for fun. Oh my, I forgot grep again. It's the second time.
I'm so lazy that I buy a game on sale and then go on Twitch to watch someone else play the same game while I drink coffee and sit on code GPT XDDD.
Yeah, but you can always watch something else while you're doing things you like too, right? So yeah, so this was I like why? I'll have to check later. Now, that was just a thought. I don't see why piping this output to grep wouldn't work. So these have buff, these don't. So these are not. So I noticed here that when we were piping to something that didn't exist, we got these lines anyway, right? So we would have to change it somehow, but not now. Not now, because that's not what I'm doing right now. Let's just run this. We need to listen.
Cybernair Dante says.
Good morning. Fix it. What you fixing? Today?
Good morning and welcome in. So we're trying to fix ourselves a reverse shell from a Windows machine with a buffer overflow. And we've already opened the calc and the command prompt in there. But let's see if we can, if the network is on. That's kind of a thing here, right? If we can connect to it, or rather it can connect to us. So let's do netcat and listen, and this is what we want to run. We have my current IP. And
Nice.
copy
Sounds
this.
like fun.
Yeah, it is fun. So let's see here. We want to go to the VM, and we don't need these. We are already. No, we don't want to be administrator anymore. So this is running as administrator already. So we want to update this. We delete it. We paste our new with the reverse in it. It's going to make a reverse wave. And let's save and run it with F5. And let's minimize these. Actually, let's just run this and open the reverse one. So, what do you think? This one crashed. So we don't want to do this. We want to do this. So here it is again. So let's get it the third time the flag, right? So right, can I use actual keys now? So we have a plus with using a reverse shell. I have my keyboard. So this is the best way. I don't have to not be able to cd dot dot backslash dot dot here. But let's do this anyway. So let's cd add administrator, cd desktop, and let's list the files. Let's type flag, and just to see that you become two tabs, so that was typing all of them. So we have a local overflow, but it's not local anymore. So let's go back, and we already finished this with answering this. Putting this here. So it's time to go to the next one. Let's see what we're supposed to do. Remote fuzzing. So next step, we're going to play with a remote program. Nice. So it wants to know the payload size, so it crashes the program. Always good to know before you start so you don't miss it. I'll just take a few bites of my food here. So what are you doing? And VR, when will that new head thingy come out then? Is it long in the future or is it like tomorrow? So, I'll just finish this. It's already cold. Yeah, and my kid asked for more food too, so I might go and make that before we get started, so I don't have a million tiny pauses. I'd rather have a tiny bit longer one. That was good. By the way, let's just check the time. So we have 138 minutes left. If we're starting something
We
completely
did a CTF
new,
this weekend. It was called 8-7 Tech CTF. My team placed 35th. I scored 680 out of our 2,000 points. We did a great job.
Applause, cool. Oh, that sounds real fun. Soon I'll know more than I do now. So I can do more fun stuff. Yeah, I'm thinking since this is a 6-hour max and I can't increase it anymore, I'm going to just restart it. It'll probably have the same IP and everything. We'll just lose those files, but we're done with that, so.
VR Mechatronics says.
I built a treadmill project in 1999, but it wasn't until this year, 2024, that the world got the VR electronics for my treadmill project.
Oh.
I was just ahead of my time by 25 years.
Just 25 years, yeah. Oh, that's cool. So, while this is spawning, I'll go and get my kids some more food. Well, let's actually switch over to them. No, so it doesn't work anymore. So that's the problem with USB. Sometimes, I think especially with the Bluetooth, if it goes out of range and connects back, it's a bit. So I was asking, so how do you start with the CTF things? Tell me more about it. And I thought I would be able to talk meanwhile, but apparently I'll have to get back here to answer. Wait, I'll just get my kids some food. Okay?
Cybernair Dante says.
I am in a Discord called Kirisek and me and my Discord friends find CTFs to join. Last weekend we did the Patriot CTF. This week we did 8-7 techs. We just Google around to find CTFs. I think you'd like the reverse engineering and pwn challenges.
Yeah, so in Kirasak, so I'm in there already, I think. I'm sure, actually. You know, he streams, right? So then you just join it.
Fabled Recitation says.
Best viewers on web link.
So at least
Fixerbot
the messages
says,
get removed, even if
message
they're
removed.
audible. So let's see. Kirasak. I'm in 100, the maximum discard, so it's a bit of a mess. But I can always look here and see. I don't know what I would like want to do, because I'm like want to learn everything all the time. But you have to get started with something, right? And this is what I'm looking at right now. So is this the CTF challenges? Or is it something else? Oh. So you have to create an invite for some of the groups. Oh. Okay. No, that's for inviting other people. Because I can't see the message history. But that's maybe because I've never been there, I don't know.
Cybernair Dante says.
Oh, we made our
okay.
own room for it. Is your name Fixit42 in there?
No, it's possible. Let's see. So I usually change my name from Sofia Engvall to Sofia Engvall Fixit42. So I have both. I'll see if I can edit my profile in here. Yeah, I'll do it. So you can, you know, recognize people there. So now I'm let's actually copy the name. So this is the name I put in most Discords. If you're allowed to change the name,
Fixit
all
says.
don't allow it.
Sophia Engvall,
So
Fixit42.
That's how it is. Let's scroll. Yeah, so I'm on like the bottom of the list.
Cybernair Dante says.
Oh, awesome, I see you now. I will
cool.
tag you next time.
Thank you. That'll be fun. So, I'll close Discord again because it crashes my computer. At least the combination of OBS and some other programs. Earlier today, I started OBS while I had another, I don't remember what it was, but it crashed both programs. And usually Discord and OBS, that's not a good combination either, so... Not like 200 tabs in Firefox either for some reason. Don't tell me why. I think the pancakes are done in the microwave. I'll be right back. dig på 2 sekunder, Laban. I know you. Ja, nu får sitta vi och jobba lite. Han visar snart mig. Han lät det på 2 sekunder, Laban. So it's great to see your 16-year-old helping your 14-year-old to get the mods into Minecraft, right? He knows it all now. Great. Even though we can't play now, he can do lots of other stuff. Yeah, so let's see. So you have to go on your strength, right? So we have this 109 minutes, and it's a new IP. So I'm going to extend it to the maximum 6 hours at once, so we don't have to worry. Since we can do this, why not? It will say stop, error, you can't do more. So we have 350 minutes. We'll never be streaming for that long, right? It's Friday night. I think my family will want to do something. We never know. Maybe I'll be doing it for a long time today. Yeah, let's actually grab that IP. So, let's get the IP. There. So, first of all, we need to reconnect. Since I terminated it, it will have disconnected. So our first tab here is the X3 RDP. I wonder if we were thinking we need rhyme in the name, right? Do you think so? So now we don't have any files or anything on this machine. We have to recreate the settings. So let's just do that quickly. We don't have a lot of space. We want it to hide. There. And we want this started. Maybe we don't though. Let's see what it wants. I'm assuming we'll use the same machine. Or that this is a new machine, but it looks like the same one. So, what else have we got running here? We have these tabs, right? So let's exit this. It won't respond to anything, of course, because it's not on anymore. I don't know why, but they take so long to realize that the machine is down on HTB Academy. So it takes hours until it like, oh, I was disconnected. I don't know why. I'm interested in knowing why. If anyone knows, tell me. So let's get started. So we did this section here, local buffer overflow. Now we're going to do the remote buffer overflow section. And I'm very curious to see what it contains. And there's one of the skills assessments at the end too, where you can test your new knowledge. That's good. So you don't just read stuff and then like, oh, I don't know what I read. Make it notes and all the things, you know. So remote fuzzing. We have. Let's actually put it. I'm putting it a marker there, just marker, and the kid's cold. Yes, good man. Right there. Superkul att ni gör det tycker jag. So, you needed to install a new version of Forge. So, I'm kind of sure he finished eating the big brother there. So, he could probably have done it. So, let's get started again. We're doing remote overflow. We're doing remote fuzzing. So, let's read it again. Well, let's read it actually. We have so far completed a local buffer overflow exercise, which covered all essential parts of a stack buffer overflow exercise. They just added an extra word there, I think. When it comes to remote exploitation, the main difference would be that in exploit scripting, well, the core part of buffer overflow exploiting is the same. I'm thinking remote is easier in one way, depending on if it crashes, right? It will crash. We'll see. So I did watch Alhasred's stream on buffer overflow too, and he did this. So let's see, debugging a remote program. Whether we are debugging a local program or one that listens for remote connections, we will have to install and debug it locally on our Windows VM. Right, so we will be in there and connect to something else. Then maybe once our exploit is fully developed, we can then run it on a remote service without needing local access. If done correctly, the exploit should work, as we will see later. This time we will be debugging a program called CloudMe, an end-user tool for file sharing service, found on the desktop of the Windows VM below. And let's just check quickly. So yeah, so we have this here on the same machine too. So let's see what it is. Username. Okay, CloudMe sync. So we'll see. As a file sharing service, this tool listens to a port for any updates from the file server. We can see this if the tool is running and we list listening ports in PowerShell. So netstat works in PowerShell. That's new to me, I think. I probably already in my notes and I'm like, alright, I knew that already. I should have known that already. We'll see. So anyway, let's start it again then. And let's go PowerShell. Oh, this is slow. And let's actually do this too. Why not? No, that's the wrong one. I want to. Can't you pin PowerShell? There it is. It was already running? No. It's already pinned there and I'm stupid. Because they tried to make it easier and I was like, what? Running it from the search. Well, okay. Anyway, let's do netstat. Netstat. Hey. Oh no. Well, it might have worked anyway, but I stumbled on the problem with keyboard again. That's supposed to be dash. So let's actually dash this instead. I think it's the same here. Windows is kind of like friendly like that, right? Well, some programs. And also netstat. Is that a... so we have to explore. So netstat. And also the same key. But yeah, it's a program, it's not a PowerShell alias. This could have been. So let's see what's listening. TCP. So we don't have the same line, do we? So we have 137.0.0.1 and they have 0.0.0.0, which is, we've learned now that there are not the exact same circumstances in the demo examples as on this machine, because then it would be probably too easy to just get the answers from the text, I guess, or something. Yeah, so just run it twice. Let's just see what's this and do it once, and let's look for the rest. So as we can see, the service is listening on port 8888, and it has also established a connection to a remote server. We can use the netstat program on the desktop to interact with this port and see if it accepts any parameters. Oh, okay. Right, yeah, so I saw that that netkit was on the machine. Over here. So let's go to desktop. Probably should do there. It's the same output. I'm thinking else is less characters, but just a bit ago we were in a CMD suddenly, you know, and I was like trying to ls. Not that it's a big problem. So anyway, so PowerShell with /, VLS, and I can't / because I don't know where slash is. So we don't want /, not there. Ah, I found it. It's on where I have dash. I knew that. I just did it. Oh my god, that's so bad. Not remembering that. I just got a / when I was trying to do dash a, right? So we try sending a few parameters. Right. Let's actually connect to this. 107.001 localhost and port 8888 there, and they try ? Which totally was not a question mark for me. So where on earth is it on this keyboard? Not there. Is it on one of these? No. This is...
Fixerbot says, thanks for the lurk cipher enigma. Have a great time GMGM.
Good morning. You have to try the lurk too, right? So does that mean that you will lurk, or that you're actually needing to see lurk before you unlurk? So where do you have the question
Madam
mark?
Fabulous
I
says,
found it.
I had to do the lurk to unlurk smile smile.
Yeah, I thought so. So I finally found the question mark. I'm so excited.
Talk in a bit.
Yeah. So I have a US keyboard. Yeah. So let's try help. That doesn't work. Let's try spelling it right. I can't complain about the keyboard there. So what does it say? This is just examples it's giving here. Testing commands to see if we get anything. We try sending a few parameters and closes a connection without providing us with any output. So let's try to debug it and fuss it with a large strings to see how it would handle them. To debug a program that listens on a remote port. I'm just like, did I start it again? Yeah, I did. Otherwise I wouldn't have been listening. But I still was like, didn't I close it down? So to debug a program that listens to a remote port, we will follow the same process we did earlier in the module. Run the program and attach to or open it directly in XR2DBG. If you have not yet disabled our breakpoints in XR2DBG, we did, or rather it was before we started it. As this program contains many breakpoints, refer to the fuzzing section to see how to do so. Fuzzing remote port. Once our program is running and we are attached to it through XR2DBG, we can start fuzzing it and try to crash it. Unlike local fuzzing, where we wrote our payloads into a file and then opened the file in our application or manually copied our payload into a text file in the program. With remote fuzzing, we can automate this process through our Python exploit. We'll create a new script called just to make it easy to type, right? Sorry. Win32buff exploit remote.py and start by adding a couple of variables for IP import so that we can easily change them if we want to use the script on another server. Then we will write our fuzzing location, deathfuzz function. We want to send increments of large strings, starting 500 bytes long and incrementing by 500 at each iteration, until we send a long enough string that crashes a program. To accomplish this, we'll loop in a range from 0 to 10,000 with increments of 500 as follows. And then they give us code for this. And as we did last time, we're not going to make this on the server and then let it close down and we lose all the things we've done. So we're going to make a new file here and the buffer overflow in our synced public nodes. Right? So let's make a new file and let's call it buff when let's do exploit remote, yeah, .py, and on the machine I'm going to call it 1.py again, or should it be 2.py this time? It's not like we're going to run it from the command line though. So let's paste, and we have socket is not in use yet, but we have the struct from pack again. We'll probably be reversing those Indian nesses again, dresses. Oh, so fuss and just a little loop. So the range is kind of nice command. So we do I number of A's. And we're going to add more stuff, so let's see what they want to add. The print statement helps us know the current fuzzing buffer size, so that the program eventually crashes. We know what length caused it to crash. Next, we need to connect to the port each time and send our payload to it. To do so, we have to import the socket library as we did at the beginning of our code above to establish a connection on the port with connect function. So let's, I guess I will do full lines. So let's paste. And now we are creating a socket connecting to the IPM port. Yeah. I remember having to like reverse it in C, but that's probably not in Python. So with that, we should be ready to send our buffer, which we can do through s.sendBuffer. We will also need to wrap our loop in try except block, so that we can stop the execution of the program when it crashes and does not accept connections anymore. Our final fuzz function should look as follows. So I'm replacing the previous one then, so it's the quickest way, so we don't have to waste for me typing a lot. So just adding try except, so we get an error message when it crashes, but it's not really doing anything more. Yeah, because it will hop out of the loop automatically there, so we don't have to exit it or anything. So note, in our case the program is closing the connection after each input, as we saw earlier, so we are establishing a new connection at each loop iteration. If you could persist the connection like an FTP or email client, it would be better to establish the connection before the loop and then loop the sbuffer function. Tip: as our server is vulnerable at the entry point after establishing the connection, we are directly sending our payload. It is also possible to interact with the server and pass data like login credentials or certain parameters to reach the vulnerable function by using send and receive. You can read more about socket functions in the official documentation. So I was thinking it was talking about the program CloudMe, and then it started talking about Socket again. I'm like, okay, so we weren't talking about that, or what? Well, we're send here, so we run our script and see the following. So first, let's actually copy this and also save it. And then we're going to hop over here and come on. So let's do idle. Control N, paste, Control S, and let's put it on the desktop. So if we get file output, we'll do it in the same directory. So I guess we call it one again. It's a very nice name, right? So CloudMe has stopped working. Close the program. It crashed, and it seems to be we didn't get the error output here. Just a sec, kids knocking in. We gotta go back. Jag tycker det är bra att Laban kan göra det. Du tycker det är jättebra att han får göra det. Yes. So I'm seeing if they can handle it themselves. It didn't start, so it's probably we searched the error message and it's probably not exactly the same mods on both machines. So my kid's copying this mod's directory to the server himself and getting it again to his brother. So anyway, this is like it went through all of it, right? So it didn't really error, did it? Because we didn't get the error message. So let's... I'm curious now. So if it was just too low, actually we could do this on this one right here. So it did crash finally, right? Yeah, I can hear them downloading the new Forge version. Like it. Yeah, so it's the same thing. So it crashed, but we have all of the output. So I'm curious now. So it still crashed. So it still crashed. So why are we doing this really? Let's just... Why such big steps? So, yeah. Now we got an error when we didn't start the program. So that's the only situation so far that we actually got an error. So we don't get any errors. This time it didn't crash. So there it crashed. So somewhere between 1000 and 1500. Let's just continue checking it. You know, these are just examples for what we're supposed to do later. So this is not exactly what we meet, right? We see that the entire script ran without crashing and listening services. Port 8888 was still listening throughout our fuzzing. However, if we check our... I'm thinking the delay. We didn't do anything like that. But it's still odd if it is listening. If we check our debugger, we didn't actually... yeah, we didn't actually attach. We're just testing it. Let's attach, I guess. So let's do it. So is it starting at 2? Or do I have to click again? So Alt A for attach, cloud me, and then we run our little script. 5, and here we see 41s. So it's all there. Also EIP. I'm curious. So this indicates that actual listening service may not be vulnerable since our input never crashes it. However, the front-end program must also be processing this input, e.g. for syncing files, and it is vulnerable to a buffer overflow, which we can exploit through the listening service. This is a unique case that shows that if an input is processed at multiple locations programs, we must be sure to debug all of them, as only one of them may be vulnerable. So, remote. Let's make a new file. Well, we can create it here. Knock on the door again. back. So the other computer needed Forge update too, so. But he did all of the moving the files and renaming the old directory and everything for his brother. That's nice. Ah, great. So let's see. Yeah, right. So I was going to look at notes for the different layers of the application. That there's actually could be several applications, right? We need to add something about this, and I started making a new file here, and then I realized I wasn't in Obsidian. So it's easier to create a new node here because we don't have to name it .md, right? Very hard to do that. So this is more like a comment on the general stuff. So maybe I don't want to make it a file. Things to think about. An application can actually be several applications. Like a server app with a front end and a back end. One might not be vulnerable to buffer overflow, but the other might. EX in let's do HTTPA. That's enough. Both win x64 remote example. The front end dies, but the back end keeps accepting connections. So we can add like some things that we would never find if we put it in this long buffer overflow file, because they don't have like a specific, it's not like do this to that. Just a general thing to think about and not forget that you heard about it sometime. You know what? So I want candy. It's Friday. Am I allowed to get some candy? If Nori was there, I would know what they say, alright? So, this indicate that the actual listening device may not be available since our input never crashes it. However, the front-end program must also be processing this input. Yeah. So we must debug. Be sure to debug all of them, as only one of them may be vulnerable. Gradual fuzzing. We face the issue here because our program never stops sending payloads since the listening service never crashes. So how would we be able to know which program length the program crashed? We can just have a delay there, but I'm thinking they're doing something else. We can gradually send our buffer, adding a breakpoint after s dot send buffer Oh gosh, this is so complicated, but let's do it just to practice, right? Such as we can manually continue by hitting C. Okay, okay. Let's do it. So a tip is to have them side by side with our tiny screen. They don't fit. But we get a pop-up too. Let's actually reload this. And it's up. And come on. So after the send, before the connection close, they want us to set the breakpoint. So I guess if I put this at like the top part here, well, it will open the other window too, which is annoying, but I guess I will have to do it. So this will just pop up on top, won't be annoying otherwise. So we'll just run this one. We restart it, so it's automatically connected. And right, I made it short enough not to crash. So if we do 2 here instead, and we will have a better number than they will, right? So let's Control F5. Now I am a bit curious here. So first of all, it should pause. We got I could not establish connection. So how come it does not do? We must run it specially with the bug then. Not command line arguments. I want to debug it. So I'm sure it's in there. Let's see. Check? What's check? So I usually don't use idle. I was assuming that the run would do debug. So it did crash, but it didn't. You can see it's here. It's crashed. It didn't give us a massive ride because we're running it through here now. Okay, I get it. I was kind of waiting for that, but I also made sure I could see this. So we don't really have to have this up. So if this crashes, I don't see why we shouldn't put a pause here just. Right? Why? So what was I thinking of? Whatever. Maybe we should Google why it doesn't do the breakpoint. Let's just put a pause here. So we will notice if it's like, let's do 10 seconds, right? So, alright. Special characters, wrong keyboard. And let's also copy it all and put it on our machine, because I don't want to edit it on the wrong side really at all. So now it's updated there. This is slow. And it's not started. Did we restart it? So let's close it. So the bad thing here is that this accept takes all errors. So there's this. Oh, it's S. I know what the error is. Let's just do this anyway, because it's annoying not to see errors. I don't like it, so I like to specify exactly what error it is that we get. And for every error we get, we do something else, right? More better error handling. So the error is that sleep is not defined. So we need to, let me just quickly, I'm assuming timed out. So fuzzing 0 bytes. And it's just doing it with a delay now. So here we will see if it crashes. 2 is waiting. 300 waiting. It's still running. I can hardly see the color difference here though. 400 bytes running. I did do 10 seconds. Hmm. 600 bytes. No crash yet, so that worked. So what size was it? Maybe I should have done the 500 steps. But I'm very interested in why it doesn't use a breakpoint. Might be a shortcut that needs to be used. 900, okay. Still running here. Paused. So 1100 or 1000 crashed it. So it doesn't matter much, because if we had 500 steps it would be 1000, right? If it wasn't more. Yeah, so I'm redoing this. So let's abort. Here's the debugger. interrupt execution, Control C. I already did that. So now let's actually remove this one temporarily. Not that we won't notice it anyway. I'm going to put this to 500 again, just because it's quicker. And let's see if we save it here and then we do debugger. Right, this has this thing. So it's a window we can open the debugger. Okay. So stack viewer and everything here. Oh, let's restart the shell. I think it does automatically when you start it. So yeah, so there's no like start to whatever program you were starting. So we don't really need this. But I'm curious, why doesn't it stop? We set this as a breakpoint, but it doesn't use it. I'm googling getting idle to use breakpoints. So if we run it again with this thing open, so with the debugger open, go, it has at a breakpoint. Nice. And I did comment the time, otherwise it wouldn't have been that quick. Go. So go, I'm assuming, is continue, right? Because step. So this is the next step. Yeah, this works. So let's put this back there and save it and restart execution. How do we do that? I think we just did. And we do out, it ends up at close, out, 500. So if I do this again now, so I don't know if you noticed, but this one is crashed and this still works. So let's restart this. We don't need it up. Yeah, I guess that we will F5 this. The windows should pop up, right? So currently we have done nothing. So we out 0, we out 500. It has not crashed yet. Out. 1000. No crash. And there we crash. And it's 1100. There. So let's actually do 900 to 2000 step 100, right? And let's let it go again. And we go out. $900. We have to do this too first. For the Python script, it doesn't matter, you know. So, out. I want to see the actual message too. So 1000, out, and we have a crash. 1100 confirmed. Right. So we could close this down. Well, we could get closer to the actual value this way too. But it would also work with the pulses, and we didn't have to click that. So I guess before I continue, let's just go back. And we don't have to have 10 seconds. It's actually enough. So let's clear the breakpoint. Let's close this window, and let's just put it 5 seconds sleep. Right? And this time we go from 1000 to 1000 step 10. Right? We have to do something new for it to be useful, so we don't already know the reply, right? So when we run this now,
Cybernair Dante
1000.
says,
I am confusion, but happy to watch.
Okay, so just tell me if there's what's confusing. So we're waiting for this to crash. So when this crashes, the latest number that's here is what it could handle without crashing. So now it crashed. So what? 1050. It could do 1050 without crashing, or it crashed on 1050. So it could do 1040 without crashing, right? So if we were to restart this, it would crash it once here, or rather, I restarted and it tried to connect just at that second, and then it aborted it. So what is not clear?
Oh, that's what the fuzzing means. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mainly meant I haven't started the buffer overflow module yet.
Yeah, but so I think that the information I have collected from different sources into my buffer overflow here document, it's not finished. At the end is a bit like rough because it's one of the examples. So I should cut this away really. Let's see, full example. Let's do it now. That we can delete, and let's go to the bottom. So Linux example there, and so now the buffer overflow is much easier. Let's see, there might be more stuff I have to edit. I have to add stuff, but this just explains it without a million words. Overflow is when a vulnerable code allows us to write over bigger section of memory than it should. And there are, for example, these C functions that don't check if they're copying like from a variable with a size 500 to one that's 10, it doesn't check if it will fit. So that's the kind of problem. Or scanf just reads however much thing you write, you know. So I actually never used this. So I was when I was doing C back in the 90s, I read one character at a time from the stream because I saw that this didn't work, you know. So it's kind of obvious. Then we have a bit on how the program really runs, and the registers, the memory layout, the stack, what does push and pop really do, and stack frames. Here's the program flow. What really happens when it calls a function, at the start of a function, at the end of a function. So that's the thing to change at the start of a function. If I have to reword it to explain it, then it's bad, right? At the end of a function. So I'm going for readability, right? Then how we can see what's in memory and different tools, like the one we're using right now. I have added here x64dbg and x32dbg. And this link goes to the one we had up in a bit ago. Let's actually click it instead. So we end up with this information. We just added this today here. So, and then after examples of how to find things in memory, there's...
What is your note-taking software? Also, I've heard Plum College is an additional place to learn this material.
Yeah. So, I noticed them like a year ago already, and I still haven't looked at it much. I think the thing is that they have full... I don't know if it's like 4 full university courses, you know, or something. And it's a lot of time you have to put in if you want to do it all. So that's why I haven't done it yet, but I'm planning to, really. Still planning to. So UI programs, we have to think of it differently. With it's not like command line arguments anymore, though it is actually is. It's still here, arguments.
Kitty says,
I heard there were snacks.
Did you hear that? Yes, I mentioned you. I said that I want candy. If Nori was here, you would say I can eat candy, right? It's Friday. It's Friday night. I do have chocolate. Do you want some chocolate? So maybe I'll get it. Though I know that this chocolate
Madam
is
Fabulous
so
says,
good. It's so
Noriki
good.
one high.
So that
Translated
I
from
can't
Estonian.
not eat it. I will eat all of it.
Kitty says,
I don't like chocolate Noiki
You
oneers.
don't like chocolate. Chocolate is the
Madam
thing.
Fabulous, did you give Noiki one high?
translated from Italian.
Chocolate is the thing.
Madam
what
Fabulous
else?
says,
Hi.
translated from Indonesian.
Okay, so I get all the chocolate, Nori. You don't want any?
Unlurk.
Translated from Tagalog.
So, yeah, and then we have sending test data and stuff, and continue.
Kitty says,
Yes, you can have it all. Just means you must buy me extra.
Okay, I'll get something for you next time, Nori. Promise. Anyway, we have pattern create. That's a part of Metasploit, a script that makes a string that's non-repetitive, and you can later send a part of the string as a query back to it in hex format, and it will tell you what position this string was at. So this makes it possible for you to know exactly where. This is what we should do now. So we're sending a lot of A's, and we're getting a crash. So wrong machine. Let's actually click here. So it's running, and to crash it, we just know now that we need to send 110, right? So let's do in the steps of 100, meaning it will just crash it at once. No, yeah, 100. Fuzzing 1000, it skipped it. I forgot. We need more. So there. So 1000 works fine, and then we had to crash it 1100, and this number here, this will not be a repeating string then. If we use this to create a long string, then we need to check for putting an exploit there. We need to check for bad characters, and these are a few of the ones that are common to break. The null marks the end of a string, so it's usually not functional. Though our example we had just now was loading a wave file, that is actually okay to have null and everything. So more looking at memory. So it's but do the rooms on HackTheBox first if you want to do it, and just ask if there's anything I do that's odd, right? So time to continue. Oh, I want a chocolate though. I'm resisting. Such that when we can manually continue by hitting C. So we did this, you know. Let's continue and see what it says. Once a program crashes, the EIP gets overridden. We know the last amount of byte it sent that crashed the program, and that the program is vulnerable to a buffer overflow. The next session will continue with the remaining steps. So let's see what the question is. I think that the steps were 500, right? So it will be 1500, since it will not see 1100 and something. So let's continue with the next one. Building a remote exploit. After fuzzing the listening part, the remaining buffer overflow identification and exploitation steps should be largely the same as local buffer overflow exploitation. The main steps we followed in the previous sections were fuzzing parameters, controlling EIP, identifying bad characters, finding the return instruction, jumping to shellcode. So, with fuzzing complete, we'll go through the remaining step of this section until we can successfully exploit the buffer overflow vulnerability. And I just want to see what am I actually, yes. So it's like, am I using the speakers? Then you'll get an echo. But I don't like having this in my ear really. We'll start by creating a unique pattern, 2000 bytes long. Why? Anyway, the ERC one puts character at the end and stuff. Since we'll use it in our... Yeah, so seriously, we already have this. We don't have to do it again. So if we just open up this, actually, we have this string here already. So why do it again when we already have it? So here it is. This one happened to be 5,000, I think. So we should probably do a comment here. Bytes. Do I remember it correctly? What do you think? Yeah, I'm kind of sure. So we'll just steal this, and we don't need the file bit. We just need this. And what we want to do with this now is to, instead of the ace here, yeah, so we're going to take a bit of this and fuss with, but we don't need the length anymore. Yeah, so we're probably going to make a new function according to them here. Let's just use this instead of their whatever they put. So yeah, the function is here. Start writing our EFP offset. We'll add our pattern variable like with pattern under ASCII in. We did with our previous expectation. Yeah, so I didn't like the way they did it. It was not... Let's say it like this. There's no reason to make a more complex thing in Python than it would be to type it at the command line, right? So now we're sending it over the network. Then we need Python to make it easier, because doing it with netcat, it would be a mess, right? So we could also pipe it into netcat probably and do it this way, and we were same probably. We'll have to test that now. So here, and instead of their thingy, we're going to put, they call it pattern. So yeah, they're even using the same format, and have it called bytes. Well, what am I saying? Pattern instead of payload. So we'll just delete that. So this is just so we can see the actual format there. This one is too long. Let's make one that is 1,100 characters. We don't need 2,000 characters, do we? Well, this is okay too. I'll just run this. And we're going to make a comment of the first one. So we'll see if this doesn't work. If it gives us some other value, it'll probably work. We're just overwriting a bit extra of the memory. So let's comment fuss, and let's run this one. And it's just running one thing. So since this one keeps reconnecting, it's good to create it again, I guess. Now let's keep it like this. I'm trying to optimize code without thinking about it here. Right, so this one needs to be time.sleep, and let's do 5 here instead, because that's what we changed it to in the other code. And this one actually was, yeah, I put it 100 here. So let's copy all of this, and let's paste it in idle. So here we have the code. Let's paste the new one, save it. Let's restart this so it's fresh, and here we can see the EIP. That's why I'm down in the corner today. So you can see the registers of the processor. And I'm going to tab to this and press F5. And yeah. So I was like, what fuzzing? No, that's the old stuff. So here now we can see that we have this string here. So let's just copy this. And let's hop over to Kali. And let's hop to... My god. Was it that many steps? No, I don't think it was. Let's see. Did I really use the full path? Well, we're just going to paste it here. There. And it's on position 1052. So it worked just as well as using a shorter one. So the previous step was really not that necessary. It could have been if it had crashed like worse. I don't know. Maybe we want to keep the machine as stable as possible to not overriding all of the stack was and all of the more memory maybe outside. I don't know. So let's put that question to ChatGPT right now. So what happens let's see. We had
A mediocre
here.
dev says.
Overflow all them hacking buffers.
Yeah, let's see if it has a good reply to us here. So, what happens if our current stack is... I mean, it's kind of a simple question, but let's see what we find from this. Stack is, let's say, 500 bytes. And we buffer overflow with 10,000 bytes. So several things can happen depending on the system protections in place. So we're assuming new protection, right? Because they're all disabled. The excess 9,500 bytes will overwrite adjacent memory locations, potentially corrupting important data like local variables, function return addresses, and function pointers, leading to undefined behavior, crashing the program, overwriting the return address will crash, of course, exploit the vulnerability. In the absence of modern protections like stack canaries or ASLR, the randomization of where the program is run in memory, the overflow could allow an attacker to inject malicious code, efficiently taking control over the program's execution. Yeah, so we know this. We're doing this. We were just like, where else will it probably happen? Triggering security mechanisms. Yeah, so assume no protections. And focus on the corruption. Worst case scenario. So it'll probably repeat the same, I'm thinking. It's not that smart. It's not smart at all. It's very stupid. Likely overwrite the return address of the function. Oh, we didn't already know that. Alright, corrupt saved frame pointers used for stack unwinding. Yeah, so it raises stack frames corruptions. Variables and function data in adjacent stack frames belonging to
Being smart is for dorks.
other.
I say sobbing for being stupid.
What? Being smart is for dorks. I say sobbing for... Okay. Yeah, so this is not complicated. This is simple. You just have to learn what A is before you learn a word with A in it, right? It's not complicated at all. I don't know why people think it is complicated. It might get more complicated, but I think if we just keep learning one step at a time, it's probably not going to become very complicated, you know? So if I had to do like advanced maths, I wouldn't be very happy. Because I think that's boring. So other programs may be corrupted. Yeah, this is what I was kind of going for here. Other parts of the program. Variables controlling access check pointer to sensor memory. It's going for vulnerabilities here. I'm just thinking it will kind of crash, right? Heaping global memory corruption. If you overwrite all the memory, it's not a good thing. I was going for even if there are no protection, are there like logic ways that the machine has limited this in old computers too, you know? But now I told it to just buy all protection. But I'm thinking like intentional protection, right? Let's actually ask it. So if the overflow spills beyond the stack, it could corrupt heap and global data, altering application behavior even further, potentially leading to information enclosure. Well, it's going vulnerabilities again. So I'm just thinking crashing.
Inlaid Brisket says.
Yeah, so...
Best viewers on. Web link.
Reminding
Inexplicable
me...
Caution says.
Best viewers on. Web link.
Fixerbot says.
Reminding me I should
message
ask,
removed. Fixerbot
about
says.
These messages.
Message removed.
Because the TTS reads them, though they're deleted. So, if the overflow is a published program, yeah, so again, vulnerabilities. So, I'm not asking about vulnerabilities now, but exploiting, but about doing the same without crashing the machine. Crashing the computer. I should skip the spelling mistake. We should overwrite as little as possible. Let's see if it can continue that. So evade corrupting critical data like return addresses, frame pointer, or other control structures. To achieve this, the goal will be to overwrite as little as possible beyond the intended buffer space. Here's a breakdown of what might happen. Buffer contents are overwritten. The first 500 bytes corresponding to the actual stack buffer will be overwritten without any immediate issue. The simpler replaces whatever data is there. Local variables will overwrite. Well, I'm not going to read all of it. It's just repeating too. So, word question, sure. So, accepting modern XP and up, security, features. Are there anything in the basic architecture that happens to protect that's enough. can understand, I think. In the absence of modern security features, there are still a few characteristics in basic system architecture that would mitigate or complicate buffer overflows, but these are incidental rather than intentional. Yeah, and this is what I'm going for. Memory alignment. Many persons requires that data, so I don't think it understood that I meant explicitly the length of the buffer overflow. But let's just go for it here. So, especially critical data like return addresses is stored in specific memory boundaries. Yeah, so fixing the alignments. Yeah. There might be empty spaces in the memory just by chance to fix it aligned. So null bytes or other delimiters. Some scenarios see strings, so null bytes. Yeah, we know about null byte. Structure exception handling. Before Windows XP introduced secure features like safe, SEH, SEHOP, the basic structured exception handling mechanism on Windows would sometimes provide a form of protection. If an overflow corrupted a part of stack that affects exception handling, the system might throw an exception, which will lead to the program terminating gracefully rather than crashing. But this is not like, yeah, whatever. Non-executable segments. Well, this is a modern protection. Traditional system has segments like data segment and stack marked as non-executable due to older architectural decisions or memory models. Just checking messages. So, stack growth detection. Some systems grow the stack downwards towards lower addresses and heap upwards towards higher addresses. In some cases, this separation could prevent the stack-based buffer overflow from easily affecting the heap, and or vice versa, since they're expanding in opposite directions. But I've also seen them going like towards each other, right? But also, since the overflows goes backwards, yeah, it kind of goes whichever way, you know. Stack increases this way, overflow goes this way, you know, or if you turn it upside down. Interrupts or signals. Some operating system might respond to illegal memory access or corruption stack states by raising interrupts or signals like sig-seg. This is what we get, segmentation fault. We've seen this a lot, which causes the program to terminate. This doesn't prevent the overflow, but can limit the damage by halting execution before the attacker gains further control. Okay, yeah, so if we don't have a correct actual address, that's when we get this, not when we actually send an actual address. While basic architectural features may incidentally mitigate the impact of overflows, those are designed specifically for protection. Well, okay. So we did update this, right? Right, so we got the position. So let's continue reading. We just didn't use their way of getting this because this is annoyingly complicated when we have a simple, easy way to do it. It uses also the same string as Metasploit's pattern creation. Now to ensure that we can control the exact value of EIP, we'll use the same EIP control function from our previous exploit, while changing offset, but with using socket to send our payload instead of writing it to files. So we'll just copy this and we'll read it as we paste it. So here, let's add after the offset bit here. we got the offset, and I'm assuming they got the same, right? 1052. So we will now, instead of having this non-repeating long string of characters, there's happen to be 5,000 characters, we're going to put the exact number we noticed that this number overwrote EIP. Exact number before this is 1052. That's what we have found. So we're going to do exact that number here, and we'll add 4 B's after that. And that will make these 4 B's end up in the same spot in EIP. And later we can change this. Now we're just checking, was it correct, right? So this is, was it correct check. So we're going to run this on the machine again. So first let's restart this so it's fresh and running and not crashed. And then we're going to hop over to the code. And let's delete it all, paste in new code, save and F5 it. So this should again crash this if it was running, which it should have been, right? So yeah, control is the one we're supposed to run. Disconnecting the IP, everything. Oh, sorry. So I, by mistake, clicked the wrong place. So, gosh, I want to click this. So, the data has been copied into the clipboard. I don't think it restarted it. It needs to restart it first. There, now it's restarted. So if it's not restarted, it's not running, and then it can't crash. So we go F5 again, and now we get a new crash, and now we see 42, which is the hexadecimal representation of B. So it's very working. We have the correct number. We can also see that we have 41s before it. So here we have the 42, which is the last thing that was on the stack. And before that we have all the A's, 41. And then this is the current position then after this. So this is the current stack ESP here. So it's time to just check the next thing. We're going to actually, to be able to put an address to this, we need to have some code or something to put there, and we'll see what they say. So yeah, before creating a exploit like a shell code for this, we need to know what characters it can't handle, and we don't know yet. So this is a bit interesting. Our next step is to identify whether we should avoid using any bad characters in our input. We can start by running, so we're not doing this. That's complicated. We're doing it in Kali. It's much better. Or rather, we're going to just copy the function from our old one, which has exactly the same characters, because it's 00 to FF in hex. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's copy this and replace this bit with a snip. So they could have put 256 characters in there. It's not that bad, is it? And we can already see their comparison. So this will be fine. Code should be here. We're making another function, bad cars. We commenting the old ones, running this one instead. We're going to hop over to this one's bad cars and just copy this thing here, which is all the characters there, and it's I'm assuming it's the same format here. All cars. Yeah, it's the same name. The offset we already knew. And again, we're putting A's and B's. And then we're putting the all cars after again. So they will end up where the stack pointer is after the program is run. They will end up right here. Next time we run it. So let's just do that. Let's copy this. And let's first of all restart. It's crashed. This time it is restarting it. We saw it. We need to update the code. We delete all the old code. It's a new one. And the reason I'm doing this, I don't want to have it only on this machine, which will close down sometime by itself just. And I might not have had code outside of it if I didn't do this. So Control S, 5. We have a crash with 42, 42, 42, 42 again. And now this time we will have data here. And if we click here and do my god, am I blind? Following DOM, we will see this data here. We'll see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. And we can also see 6, 16, 21, or 3, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. And if this continues all the way to F, 6, and F's out here, then all we have to do is to check for nulls in this, if it's aborted somewhere. So then I'm just checking like this, if there's any zeros. So it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It really looks good, this. Nothing? Is it me that is blind? Because last time I got this, I was like, what? Now I'm all like, again? It's not reading any string terminations, anything. It might not work.
Madam
still
Fabulous
because
says.
no.
Rue blind.
Hello. Yeah. We'll see. So we didn't see anything that was not written there. It might still be that 0, the null might still terminate the string. But it was written into memory, and that's all that matters.
I feel that way all time.
Okay. Well, to start our program and look at the exploit, we compare to the bytes, and you can see here that they also have, as we can see, all of the bytes match between memory, so I was not blind. It does not have any bad characters, not this one either. Can't they give us some bad characters? I want to play with bad characters. Finding a return instruction. Now that we have control over EIP and know which bad characters to avoid in our payload, we need to find an instruction to execute the payload we will place on the stack. Once again, since this program does not have any bad characters, we can use the ESP address as our return address. Right, so they're probably doing this because of the addresses. So if this, on the Linux ones, we had FFs here. But now we have all 00s. It's all nulls here, right? So it would be very hard to do it otherwise. If we couldn't use null in the address, it would be hard. So they're probably just being very nice to us beginners here. Try to exploit the program by using ESP as a return address. However, we will prefer using an address of an instruction built within the program to ensure it will run on any system, as these instructions will be the same on any system. So, we will first get a list of modules and libraries. So we just did all of this exactly like 3 pages ago or something. So it's feeling a bit repetitive, but repetition is good, it stays in the memory, right? So we'll first get a list of modules and libraries loaded by the program, and we will only consider ones that have false on all protections. And I'm like, when will my hubby come home and ask if he's supposed to buy food on the way? Let's see that, make sure that my phone is actually working. I don't want to miss Thai food or anything here. So one day, very cool.
Kitty says.
She's on the phone to the snacks store, I hope.
Madam Fabulous says.
Arr.
Oh, so I was tired. I mean, it's 18:31 now here, so that's not how long you want to work on a Friday night, right? We're going to order
Time
pizza.
flies.
Yeah, it does. So I'm going to check with my kids. I'm 99.9% sure what they want, but I'm still going to ask just to be sure. Gillar, vill du sälja pizza? So, I'm just going to order. So, let's see. That was so funny. I picked my phone up. I was like, shouldn't he be going home soon? I'm just calling the pizza place.
Haha.
Translated from Tagalog.
Now I kinda want pizza.
Hej, jag vill beställa. en kebabpizza vanlig. Och en kebabpizza utan grönsaker. Och en pizza med bara ananas. Men då tillräckligt mycket ananas så det liksom är som alla grejer man brukar ha på. Så. Och en kebabrulle utan tomat, utan pepperoni. Och med extra sallad och lök. Och jag vill ha såserna bredvid. Och pizzabröd också, tack. Och hemkörning. Holmbodavägen 95. Ja. Ja, tack så mycket. Tack, hej. So, done. Sometimes, last time it took 1 hour and like 35 minutes. It was like crazy. You know, Fridays in a pizza place. So we'll see. Let's hope it's quicker this time. That was the record though. So that's why I ordered as soon as I just knew. Let's continue. So I can always give you some pizza here, but I'm actually going to eat kebab roll, so yeah. I would really prefer salad, but the salads are always so...
Yeah, Fridays are definitely a
tinier,
pizza kind of mood.
Much tinier. Yeah. Yeah, so we usually eat like Thai food or pizza. And I prefer the Thai food a lot, but not the rest of my family. I would eat Thai food and sushi and other like Asian things rather.
Nicey choices.
And so my autistic kid eats pizza with only ananas on, or pineapple. That's pineapple in English. So only pineapple and
Thai is one of my go-tos too.
Yeah. So what do you think of pineapple pizza? Let's see here. Try to exploit the program using it. So.
Thank you for Americanizing it with the pineapple, D.
Americanizing. Yeah, so in Swedish it's called ananas. So. However, we would prefer using an address of an instruction built within the program to ensure we're running.
Ananas pizza is amazing.
Yeah, it is. So I prefer having like not just cheese, you know, and the tomato and ananas. I want something else too, like shrimp, hams, something, you know. But he just wants that, nothing else. As these instructions will be the same in our system. Yes, I already read this, I know. So we will first get the list of modules and libraries loaded by the program. And now we're not going to look here. We're going to look at the notes and make sure that it is here.
See,
right?
I mostly use pizza as a vehicle for pepper flakes, lol. The rest becomes unimportant with enough peppers.
Yeah, definitely. So I prefer to feel taste when I eat food. Not just be like numb in my own mouth from too much chili and spices. Maybe that's an odd opinion. I don't know. Yeah, this is their cheat sheet. That's not what I was going for. I was going for my notes. So where have I put this? It should be in here, right? General shellcode, sample, using shellcode.
No, you're the majority opinion here. I'm the outlier, lol.
I'm not sure. It's about like 50-50, I think, really. So a lot of people, like my hubby, he wants it. He asks for Thai food extra spicy or extra spicy, you know. I can't eat that. Yeah, so we did define bad characters. So if we're thinking logically, we should be So where we have these. What on earth was I doing? Yeah, so this step is not in the other one. That's why. That's why it's not here. And that's why I had it where? Here? Yeah. Searching for instructions in the program. So this bit, I don't have it all in here yet. It's actually really lower down, I'm thinking. Because we can have the shellcode first and put it somewhere. And then get the instruction to hop there. So we generate it here. Find the execution start address. That's really the end of these nodes. And I'm going to like fix this, trim it down. And these are just, we can delete these. Let's actually put them in the, where did I put it? Linux example. So I have so many things open, I can't even see what they're called anymore. So I think this was just over this. I'm going to actually have it like that. So let's close R2, GDB, Linux nodes, LFI. This is a cheat sheet for this. So if we don't like this, we'll just delete it. We just added this. We just added this. This is what we're currently working on, and this is what we're going to read now. This is also old. And that. And that. So let's keep modern security features, buffer overflow, the program we're using. This we can close also. And if we find anything else special to think about, we can add this here. And maybe we'll just delete that. So let's keep it up. There, so the next step here in our node, so we don't have yet. Finding a return instruction. I'll copy this one actually. And let's make it a header. And what's level? 4. Thought so. One more. So, in some cases, we don't want to jump. So this is really not clear to me. Let's just say we want to use we want to put the shellcode after the EIP address. So that it will be well, I add located. I don't know which is worst. Both sounds bad. At the stack pointer position. In this case, we can use another method to jump to the shellcode. I'm kind of making this. We can execute. We can
Ang31D says.
set EIP.
Wouldn't that be after the frame buffer, as it may not has the enough size for extra data? And hey, smile, smile.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't. That's why I said I don't know why we're doing this. But in this case, we can use the JMP ESP instruction, or a push ESP ret. So, and also call, let's put it here. We didn't try this one, but we'll decide it too. Call ESP or push ESP ret instructions. From the actual program. So not the stack. So, but this will still only work on old stuff, you know, so can set EIP. But I think they're building up to something more modern by doing these things. We can set EIP by. No, so we can set EIP to point to an instruction, in the to. I just read, I was just already typed that, so we can set EIP to point to a JMP ESP, call ESP, or push ESP ret instructions from, in the actual program, not the stack. So if there's some kind of limitation for some reason, but yeah, the JMP ESP instruction exists, right? But it's old, I guess. So, how are you, Angel? Hope you're great. Did you join any of the conferences in Sweden? I wish I had, but it's like a bit too expensive for me, and also I would have to be away from my kids a lot. I think they would fix that now. They could probably do it. So I wish I would have been there. So in some cases we want to we want to put the shellcode after the IP address so that it will be located at the stack pointer position. In this case, we can use another method to jump to the shellcode. We can set EIP to point to a JMP ESP, call ESP, or push ESP ret instruction. Let's do instruction in the actual program, not to the stack. Let's say to there. To find these instructions in the program using x64 DBG. I'm just typing this all over the place instead of, as we're using now, x32 DBG. We can, and then I have the instructions already here. So I wish I could hop here. I guess I can. So I'm kind of thinking I'll just copy it. Sometimes I just copy stuff.
Fixerbot says.
So
New follower password
love your
123471.
username.
Less than 3.
That's funny. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. So here, let's see.
Password 123471 says.
Thanks.
So it's so easy to remember your password when you have the same username, right? It's a perfect thing to do. So this is just the instructions to do it. So now we're going to do it because we need this now again. So first, I'm just following my own instructions, making sure that they work. So I'm going to copy, since this is US keyboard, so I don't have to type the dash because it's so annoying to, well, I was going to say hard. It's so very hard to remember where it is. I don't think I know it. So ERC module info, and we will get a long list with security information. So which OS DLLs for Windows 10 that this is will be probably safe, right? And this one here is the actual executable. It is all falses, and they will probably make a long list of these. But just like, this is not really a necessary step, right? We can just go through all of this and look which. This is also all false. It's a Qt5 core DLL. So here's 2 more DLLs from the Clown Me one. But when we have a bit of a check on this, just confirming that the security feature doesn't exist, we can just double click this, and then we could Control F to find in here. And I'm just doing so I just totally dropped what I was searching for. Though I just wrote it 2 seconds away. JMP. And I remember it then. That's so funny. JMP ESP. So we're seeing if it's in here. No, it's not in there. So then we'll have to go again and do, this one was also false. So let's do F this one and say, do we have JMP? So I'm thinking this will be harder now. JMP ESP. No, and they're saved here too in tabs, but these are kind of useless, right? There was also the all. So if we wanted to search for something in all of them, we can do search for all modules. Command. So now we could find all of them, which will be a long list, and include the modules that we don't want to use. So since JMP ESP is not a safe thing, I don't think it will exist in things that are like bad. I mean good. Bad for me. Right? So this will take forever, will it? 17%. Oh my god. Yeah, so can I stop it? So I'm regarding my decision. So I'm going to be able to mouse over this when it's finished. And I will see what file it is in. So there's a lot of them. So we will be able to compare the information that we found here and this, or other references here. So it is finally done. So when I mouse over them now, it says what file it is and what address, and we can see the instructions. So CloudMe apparently has this in it. So why didn't I see it before? Did I do something wrong when I searched? So let's double click this and hop there, and we see it in here. Though we can't see here what module we're in. So yeah, so currently we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in here. So we could run this and jump there. Let's actually see if we can just hop here in this program. Sometimes you can change how it's running things. Now it's already crashed, you know. So I'm just curious what it can do. Yeah, so we will have to put the address of this address in the previous place here, if we going to use this. And this is why they were nice to us and didn't have any bad characters as null, so we can just put the address there. So let's see what they say first before we do stuff. I just want to make sure that my notes are okay first, and that I remember what I'm doing. So that's just because. So it's so fun that they're playing together and helping each other with the computers and stuff. So once again, since this program does not have any bad characters, yeah, so we can use that. However, I prefer using address of an instruction but within the program, and it also has null. So but this could be a thing that we might not. Let's see, the one we found now is not one of these. No, okay, these are, I'm further ahead, yeah. So as you can see, there are several libraries loaded by the program with no memory protections, including the CloudMe exe program itself. To search all of them with JMP ESP, we can go to the CPU tab and right click and select. Yeah, this is what we did. Yeah. So let's quickly hop back to references, because this is not what we have. So for once, we don't have the same values that they do. If we had not found any results, we will search for FFV4, which is right, and we could search, if I hop back to the notes, I'm hopping to the wrong place here, so we can do Control B to search for hex machine code instructions, and we can find them from here. If we put the assembler instructions in here, we get the machine code out. So there. We can also look for other useful instructions, and this is the my god, I'm not supposed to learn these, right? So this is the push ESP ret instruction. So C3 is ret. In our case, after double clicking on the first result to ensure it is indeed JMP ESP, we can copy the address and also mouse over. They seem to have missed that. We can copy the address and use it in our exploit. Try to find other instructions and use them as the return address. So usually we have the same numbers that they do. I didn't now, which is a bit interesting, but let's just get this one, I guess. So let's hop back here and let's copy this address. How can I do that? Copy address, shift in. So TroHackMe is reminding us at 19 that I'm supposed to do stuff here too. So we're actually prepping for the buffer overflow. This are we? If we had not found the results, I read that. Jumping to shellcode. So first of all, I'm actually going to get this address and I'm going to paste it in our code. Right? So instead here of this, I'm sure they'll make a new code section for us. So this is just for now. So you won't be so unhappy. Squigglify it. So our final step is to exploit the program. So we start by creating our shellcode with MSF Venom to open calc. That's proof of successful exploitation. Yeah, I guess we will. Again. But we already have this code, so we don't need to run this again. How to create our final exploit function. We'll first add the above input and we'll use the same payload from our previous exploit. Yeah. While changing offset to the address of EIP. Finally, we will use the same code from bad cars to send our payload to port. So let's copy. So I didn't use the name exploit last time, or I started with it and then I changed it because I made several exploit ones. So we're going to make this one called calc instead, because it's much more logical. Is calc opening calc and even an exploit? So let's just call it calc instead. And we're going to hop over here and get the. So we got this before the all cars from. Here's the calc one, so we can copy the calc into here, there, and our address was actually this. So I'm very curious now to see whether, I mean, this one didn't exist. Let's just let's actually paste there and cut this. Let's put it afterwards so we have it there, still easy to fix if we want to. Let's move this one to the bottom. So let's make sure that everything is okay. So we have, right, so these I had on top because it's nicer. So offset, buffer, and also the offset should be global. It's the same in all of them. This is whatever. Let's not spend time with modifying stuff. Buffer, And this is where I was thinking, why don't we put the shellcode in here? But in this one, we're not doing that. So let's learn the other way too. And we have buffer, EIP, NOP, and buff. Very nice with buffer and buff. You should call it ease. Socket. Everything as it should be. So I'm just copying this. I'm going to restart this so it's fresh and new. And then we go up here where I could have tabbed. Delete the old code, paste a new code, save and run it. And we get a Coke. So their address did not work on our machine because I used ours, which is good. It works, meaning we can delete this comment here. So actually save it to there. Finally, we can run CloudMe, not necessarily in the debugger, right? Because we can just run it too. So let's just run it. So I'm minimizing the wrong thing. I was like, what am I doing? We still need this. We just don't need this. So if we just start this, which is not running now, this is not running. So start it again. And then we run this. F5. And we get calc started. There. So next, remote exploitation. As we have built and tested our exploit, we can now try it on a real remote server. Oh, so this was locally running, but yeah. This is what I'm thinking. How would we know the address, right? We can use the same exploit on the real target, and we only need to change the IP and port in our script to aim it at a new target, and change the shellcode we use in the script to something that will send us a reverse shell. Yeah, right. So we will want to test the reverse shell on ours first. That's what we want to do. First, we need to find our machine's IP. Yeah, so we already did this. I did this on the last one. We were not supposed to then. So it's just already done. We already have the shellcode for it. Let's see if they do something smart. You need to be connected to the VPN. Windows, yeah. So I've already done this. That's a bit disappointing. I don't have nothing to do. Remote exploitation. After that, we can start netcat. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll need to say bye-bye to our old one. So this one finally realized it's not connected anymore. So let's just listen again. And oh, sorry, that was not what I meant to do. Yeah, so it crashed, you know. I was surprised this didn't pop up already. It usually does. So we started netcat. The very short name they used. Listening on. Right, so just running it. So we haven't actually put it there yet, so let's do that. Let's update our Python file. So we're just going to steal our... This was for opening a command line. Then here we have the reverse shell. So just copy this bit. Now just let's take this bit. That's enough. There. And let's put it at the end here. So, and I'm going to copy this bit. And we'll have to copy the start. And of course, we'll call it what did I call it before? Reverse. Reverse. And let's put it at the very end. So my kids are knocking. Ska du ha en macka så länge? Jag vill inte att du ska äta spagetti och så kommer det lite rumpa efter. Vänta en liten stund i alla fall. Okej, det kan jag göra. Ska jag hämta macka? Last? Last time I had hamburgers and sandwiches. Yes, you had sandwiches. Yeah, it was 4 hamburgers. I want 2 hamburgers. Okay. Vänta lite. Yes. I want 2 hamburgers if there's 4 hamburgers. If there's not, then I want 2 hamburgers. Okej. Jag fixar det. So we have to run this before. I'm going to go heat up to McDonald's hamburgers for my kid that's waiting for his pizza. But last time it was 1 hour 35 minutes. So, and yeah, that's what he said. Like, yeah, you said last time that my pizza will be here soon, and then you know.
This is cool.
So,
I haven't worked on the memory level yet.
yeah, this is very fun. So we're just piecing the new thing, and to create one of these exports, you just run this in Kali. You'll get, like, make it a bit bigger. Python format, and what characters not to use. At the very end there. So, I'm just double checking. Did I actually finish it? Yeah, there we have the reverse. We have offset, which is the one we use there. We have buffer, EIP knob, and buff that are used here together. And then we're just sending the whole thing. So if I had done this, I would probably have put all of these in here instead. We'll see. This is good enough. It's good. Maybe it's even better. So since we're still going to test it on our local, you need to be running the program. So I closed it because it crashed, right? So what do you think? It worked very nicely last time, so we're connected to this machine. Now we'll have to test the same thing on this remote machine they're talking about, right? So well, let's see what they say here. As we can see, without having a local asset to remote server, we successfully exploited the remote service. Yeah, so I'm not on So is this what they say remote service? So I expected a new one. So they didn't do anything new. They're just doing a reverse shell from this normal machine. I was thinking there was a separate one running the same program. What's for listening run? Oh, thank you very much for subscribing.
Fixerbot says, thanks so much for the sub password 123471. Less than 3.
Thank you. I don't have that many subscribers, so it's a big thing when it happens. I know it's September too, right? So it's the best chance to do it. Thank you very much. So let's see. The web server has clogged me listening on part 889. Oh right, now we have it. So yeah, I was like, what? Is there nothing new? Oh, that closed down the other one. So when I click this button, it closed the other one. That's too bad. You can't have several ones started then. So if we go back to this one and we scroll to the bottom, apparently too quickly. Oh my god. So I'm starting to get hungry too. I hope that the food will arrive soon. Yeah, so we don't want to wait for this, right? So I'm giving it another chance to load, or we'll just go into the next one. And it could just have shut down from time, but I don't think that. So it's 6 hours. It's not like 12 hours. So they have a six hours runtime, and I did increase it to 6 hours. So I don't think that it's the same one. Let's just go back instead here. Now let's just confirm that this one is running. It still says waiting to start here though. Step-by-step solutions. So answer the questions below to complete the section and earn cubes. Okay. There's no button to. Okay, so I have to answer here. So this is just a second module I'm doing. So apparently I didn't notice this before, that the button doesn't appear. Ah, we have pizza! I'll be right back. Matkillar! Tur att jag inte hann fixa mackolabben. There. So I have sauces and so here it is bread, pizza bread, very yummy, and I'm full of that. Definitely. And then I have bread roll like this. So, might get a plate for this.
Password 123471 says.
Looks amazing. Treat after the hard work.
Yeah, but I don't really see this as work. This is just fun. This is fun. Entertainment. So I feel like I'm shooting a bit. So. So it's yummy.
Cybernair Dante says.
Pizza
yeah,
party.
So the rest of my family got I got pizza. So it's pizza party. So I have to go and help my other kid, but one of them is taking it to south, so I'll listen a bit. Yeah, I should get like cutlery too and a plate. Oh, so he's done. I'll be right back. Yummy, yummy. Finns det en level så att han inte behöver allt på en gång eller? Vänta, jag kommer... So, there. I'll just put a bit of this, I think a third, on my plate. So, let's see. There. So I always ask for like extra onions and lettuce. There. So I like the greens. So then I have for tomorrow and the day after. We'll see how much I eat today. So let's continue with the fun Friday night entertainment. We can go forever. At first I thought I would go to like light 17, but now it's 1930. So my kids found something to do that they liked, so so it's actually my 16-year-old is building like an escape room in Minecraft for my 40-year-old. So I thought of this yesterday. It's fun. Oh, look. So why would I want to download this? Let's look at it. So exploit 10, 10, 15, 10. I'm just checking what's mine. It is not that. So I was thinking how much they changed this to update to what I actually have. I'm hungry. So it's interesting to see how they did it, but this is like nothing new. They only use this address instead here that they had. So I'm kind of thinking that this might be the one that I'm supposed to use for, if I'm supposed to use a remote one. But I'm not 100% sure about that. And also they have the other one. Will this format? I prefer one line. So yeah, so actually I'm thinking I would have liked to have, and this is warm still, you know, I would have liked to have some like Coke or something, not just water. But it was drink water, so I guess it's time to buy something. I don't know why I want sweet stuff today. Oh. By the way, this one hasn't realized yet that this machine is not on anymore. So right, so we have this one now. 10, 129, 43, 23. And we should have something listening here. Let's just do like a normal nmap of it. I'm sorry, my... So when I have these in my ears for a long time, it starts itching. Sorry for itching my ears. So, let's actually go here, I guess. Because now we're not using S3 RDP, I'm assuming. So we should have a port 8889. No? What am I thinking? Is this the same one again? I don't think so. So we might be supposed to connect to it, so let's try. Yeah. But this is odd. This is like...
Hack the Planet
It says
says.
it's supposed to be called
What's
Academy Win 32 Buff ASMF. Hi! The food is good. So I got a kebab roll. But also buffer overflow is nice. But it's kinda took an odd turn, this one. So it's Academy. Let's hop back to the last one and see. So this area here where the machine used to be is just gone.
Did you say ketamine?
What? No. Kebab roll here and buffer overflow there. I guess I'll read it all. We haven't really read this, but
That's wild.
So, the machine that we were connected to disconnected us when I started the next one. So I'm like, I thought we were going to like use one to connect to the other, but apparently not. And this one doesn't have port 8889 open that it's supposed to. And it also has another name. Which is a bit funny.
Password 123471 says.
Glad I am not the only one confused when using the VMs.
Look at this one. So it's still buffer overflow. So we've been connecting by RDP to the others, and this one's supposed to be remote, but I tested this since I didn't see the port. Let's just read this actually. So remote exploitation. As we have built and tested our exploit, we can now try running it on a real remote server. We can use the same exploit on the real target. And we only need to change the IP and port in our script to aim it to the new target and change the shellcode we use within the script to something that will send us a remote reverse shell. So reverse shellcode. First, we need to find our machine's IP, and I have the IP, I have the port. I made this before for this local buffer overflow. I actually did the reverse shell on this one too. So, and also Kali has the IP, you know, on the row. The IP we'll use is, it is 1010 subnet. We have the VPN running, of course. The generate shellcode, yes, and I have done this. And we have it already in our script here. So let's see, this one is L host, L port. This should be very similar. Let's actually look again here. So reverse, shell reverse TCP pipeline, and we have this in our script. We will modify our exploit by copying it, the output, and using it in the exploit of the. So the thing too is that they want us to create a script in idle on the machine we were connected by RDP to. And I did it on my machine and copied it there because I knew it will sometime it will disconnect, you know. So I didn't want to take that chance, and I'm kind of glad I didn't. So after that, we can start a netcat listener to receive the reverse shell. Once we're listening, we can run our payload. On what machine and wait for the remote server to send the reverse shell if our exploitation was successful. So yeah, and I did this with the last one. So as we can see, without having local access to the remote server, we successfully exploited the remote service and received a reverse shell. This shows us that if we properly debug the program, we can build and test our exploit locally, then run it on any remote server with a vulnerable program listening for remote connection. So the problem is that we have different addresses than they did in their example too. So will it on the remote machine here be running on the same address so that our exploit will work? We don't know yet. You can download, well, this is not, I opened it here. This is like the same file. We don't need to download it. It uses the same thing here, only they have another IP, so we couldn't copy this anyway. We'll connect to 1510. So, and then it's just the information that's on all pages. For some reason, why would we have this here? And this, it's just annoying. Well, let's enable a step-by-step question. I didn't see this anywhere else. What is this? Can I click here? I did click, you know. Click. I'm thinking of restarting it. So it says that the above server has clogged me listening on port 8889, and this is a full. Let's see, did I really do a full? Yeah. So no 8889. Let's just assume it's there, but it's not there. Let's run things to it. So let's use this IP. So we'll have to just copy the Python script to this machine instead. So I'm just going to select it all and copy. And I'm thinking, should I rebuild it because it's ugly before I do this? No. It's okay. That's okay. So let's just paste it. Save it as. No, wrong button. I was aiming for file. Save as. HTBA. You can create folders in the GUI too, I know. Just have to find the right place to click. Windows. So let's I call it buff when exploit remote. Whatever. So let's see what I get here. Buff when exploit remote pi. So there. So we have the pretty colors. And we're not using any of the functions except for the last one. So we just have to update here. And it's just the IPN port here. So where's the IPN port? At the top, I guess? Yeah. So let's actually it said 8889. I'm thinking something is wrong, you know? Browser window, click the IP, paste. So well, let's go to the directory. So maybe this is where we made that. Control C. So CD HTBA CD whatever Windows and we have Python. I guess I'll do 3 just because. Kids snuck in. Då är det gubben jag skrattar. Vill du ha med 2 bitar till? Vill du ha 2 till pizzabitar? Okej. Då tar vi en tallrik till det. So we finally gotten my 16-year-old to like pizza. Yeah, so how are you? How are you? Hack the planet, I should say, not Tigara, right? So let's see. I'll get a bit more food. I did save it, so let's just listen to. If you don't listen, oh, this is the one we were listening with. Well, I'll open a new one. So oh, it's funny when the tab works, but you still can't find it. Oh, it had the right path. Stack. Both. Find pass. What? This is. Oh, I copied the wrong one. Okay, okay. I get it. Or rather, I don't. What did I really do? I was just doing the last thing. So let's not do that. Let's do buff. So oh, type error. So did we have a type error here? There. So let's do it again. So it was open, even though it didn't look like it. So we're on the machine. System32 is not the directory to there. I just do it automatically. Let's see. User desktop. So let's cd. Now is the chance to see, do we have the right keyboard? Yeah, we do when we use netcat, of course. So let's cd users. See, let's dare see what it's called. Remote. I'm almost doing ls all the time. I have to stop myself every time. CD desktop. Every time. So type flag. So apparently Nmap didn't find this. That's kind of funny. So no, I was going to do copy, nothing else. So and enter still doesn't work. So right, we have to play more. I'll just eat a tiny bit. I have 3 sauces too. So 1 garlic sauce. And then I have different strengths of sauces here. So let's see if I can, let's get some of them both. So I'm just eating 1/3 of it. So I want to keep sauce for later. Oh. So this is a strong one.
Cool, you got that flag.
Yeah. So, but it's a bit interesting that it was invisible, you know, in the Nmap scan. Was a strong sauce. That was just a tiny bit. So, we don't have any 8889 here. Was it TCP? I always get confused by the code. Let's look. So, sock stream, isn't that TCP? So, stream feels to me like UDP, but I know that it's backwards to me. So it's supposed to be TCP. Sock stream is TCP and dgram is UDP, so it is TCP, confirmed. So why then is it not showing up in the TCP scan? So we have 135, 139, 445. It is a Windows machine, right? It might just not be quick enough. If this is a problem, I'm like annoyed. We'll see. We'll see. I didn't think about it. It's a Windows machine. We can't scan it too quickly, right? Let's see if this is it. The same. Oh, whatever. It worked. So this is spicy now. Without sauce, you know, it's just veggies and, or rather, garlic, red onions, and it's not garlic. It's just red onions, and the sauce is garlic, and just iceberg salad, bread, and kebab meat, really. So also this is a free room on HTB Academy, so it's just to join and
Fixerbot says, "Welcome back, Cypher Enigma."
Welcome back, Cypher Enigma. Should have a special one for when you do the unlock. It's a bit spicy. So welcome, you're very welcome back.
Madame Fabulous says,
LMU.
Translated from Haitian Creole.
So let's see now, skills assessment. You're working for a small software development company. And their latest development project is a small encrypted server they built to exchange information between their team. They task you with performing a security assessment on the software and provided you with a copy of it. You see that the program listens for remote connections on port 21. Let's see if we need to start a new one. I think it's the same one. It's probably just very good at hiding its port. So you need to fuzz the program to see whether it is vulnerable to any type of buffer overflows. Download the attached file in the question below. Perform all the steps you learned in this module to debug the program. So my phone says it's 20.
Password 123471 says,
Gotta go make pasta. See you later. Have fun and thanks for the stream.
Yeah, thank you very much for being here. Welcome back. So I usually stream at least Tuesday to Friday. So I might go on for a bit now. We'll see. It might be a long stream. Sometimes they end up being 12 hours or something. But I'm aiming for max 10 hours because then I can upload them to YouTube easier. So welcome back, and hope the past is great. So let's just copy that one.
Okay.
See whether it's vulnerable to any type of buffer overflows. Download the attached file in the questions below. Followed by previous section. Write a working remote exploit. Write and write. Ask MSF Venom to do it for you. Once you have the exploit working with the Windows VM, try running it remotely on the target server to get a reverse shell and read the flag on the administrator's desktop. Yeah, so this time then we will be able to connect to this winner RDP, right? You need VPN, download assessment zip. It says like here. Is this where I'm supposed to click? There's another link. So, oh, there it is. Here, this is the first time I have a zip file, so I didn't know where to look. The thing now is that I don't want this on this computer. It's the wrong computer. So I'm just going to extract it here. See what's in it. Extract to assessment. No. Is potentially unwanted software. Viruses are potentially unwanted software. So let's just copy this link and open it with Kali instead, right? So copy link. So I can't, it deleted the file. Windows. Alright, this one too. We'll have that up. I'll just open it here. Oh, I forgot to turn off burp. So I guess we'll move.
Analytic Existence says.
Cheap viewers on. Web link.
Oh.
Fixerbot says. Message removed.
So we're going to me and GUI in Linux. Cut it here, and we'll go to here, and we'll go to here, and here, and paste it here. And I know there's an extract, so let's actually extract it here. Oh. So we're supposed to have our own Windows machine to test this on? We'll have to open the other one if this one doesn't connect. That's a bit annoying. It's a bit fun that this was seen as bad from Windows. It was deleted. As it's probably just vulnerable, right? So let's close this. We don't want to use more memory than we have to. I guess that we will try and connect to this IP. And it is currently... Yeah, we didn't restart it. I'm actually going to terminate it and start it again. Or let's first try and connect quickly, because just to confirm that it can't. Then we go into disconnect this one. So now we don't have anything running. Then we can go back to this. Yeah, this machine, also starting this one. And then we get this IP, we connect there, we play with using this one. We test it. Because it has the tools set up, you know, and everything. The problem is we might not be able to download something. We'll see. So I need a so this IP is just 4322. Where? Let's just see if we can access the file. It is on their server, you know. Welcome to the new Microsoft Edge. Maybe we shouldn't use this. Maybe we should use PowerShell to download the file. If I click complete, will it complete it or ask me more things? So I did paste. I'm waiting for it to see if I pasted the right thing. Yeah, I'm assuming that. Come on. Can I type? So paste. No paste. So I'm going to paste it in on my own machine. It works. So if I copy it again and paste it, then it worked. And then we just see if it can download this file or not. So I'm kind of thinking it's not online, but maybe it is on its own network. Maybe it's HackTheBox is allowed, you know, or Academy. No. This one I could connect to. I cannot get to this one. So we can solve it.
Hack the Planet says.
What are you trying to do?
I need a Windows machine to debug this program on, and I don't want to do it on my machine. So I'm using the old labs machine. But I need to get the files there.
SCP?
Translated from French.
We have only RDP. Maybe I can just... Though this is RDP'd onto from my Kali machine. You know? I think just a netcat copy is easiest. And I can also become admin on this machine. I think this is the one. Maybe not. So...
Set up a simple HTTP server on your Kali and curl it to the Windows machine?
Yeah, it might work. It might work. Or can just use that browser. But I was like almost not doing that anyway. So I'm just eating a bit too. So how are you?
Python m http.server80.
Yeah, I know. So I'm just eating a bit. And also, in case you don't know, I don't want like tips and stuff. I would prefer to do it myself, and if I can't, then I could ask for help.
Gotcha.
So the previous machine to this, I couldn't even make a reverse shell. The example in it was to actually open netcat on it. You connect with SSH to the machine, then you run netcat, and then you connect again with SSH, and then you run the exploit. Connect to netcat to localhost. So that's why I'm unsure about how good network connection we have, you know. So, but not that wasn't the Windows one. That was the Linux ones. But if you haven't played with this, I recommend these rooms, though they're buggy, a bit buggy. So you have to have to think a bit. And a few things are just not like nice. Like it asking you for a look for bad characters, and there are none. And the example they have, there are ones. So you're like, oh, something went wrong. Though it's actually supposed to be no bad characters. So I'm thinking I already have finished stuff for this. So I'll just paste it in idle. Since we've been using this one and this one. And this one we also use to get admin on this machine. So we like have stuff if we want to. So I could just easily... did I start? Netcat. We take the opportunity to play with this, right? And also repeat another time. So this one... it's this box. No, it's not. It's the previous one, I think. No. Whatever, we need to abort that and listen again. So, repetition. Let's paste our Python here. So, let's do this file. And this is reverse, so it's active here. Very nice name of 1. And I just want to confirm what he does, so it just connects here. So, a bit of repetition. I probably shouldn't do this now, but let's see first if we can do it in a better way. No, I want to test it. It's too easy to just open a server. I want to test this. I really would like to finish my copy program and use that. Oh. So anyway, let's open the program. And run this. And here. So, and we're here. So so we would want to be in right. So now I have to remember that I have the right keyboard. Right. So I don't have to mess about. There. And there we have Netcat too. So I guess it would be kind of fun to test stuff. Let's see what this Netcat does if you just do this. Okay, that wasn't smart of me. So I'll have to press F5 again. Maybe I should not do this. But it's also fun to do it by not doing it like a very stable way, you know? Maybe I'm alone in this opinion. There's one more, right? So let's do NC. I don't think that will give anything. It did. So it's good when they're like, what do you say, Linux compatible. Dangerous. It has E. It says it's dangerous. Right, I'll just go to my notes because I don't remember. I don't remember it exactly. So I'm just getting some food. I'm sorry if I'm slow, but practicing what you're learning, you know, is the thing, don't you think? So with sauce. So it's interesting to see if this works with Oh my, that's spicy. If it works with the Windows Netcat. And also the Netcat that I have on my Kali machine, I got from one of these. So I might download this one too, because it's, you know, nice to have, especially if you don't find ones online that are good. Yeah. So these notes are not good. So here we're obviously sending it to Netcat. So I'm going to update. What about your machine? You don't know what direction you want, so from machine, source machine, destination. So there. So on the destination, no, on the machine where you want the file. Why is this? On the machine where you want the file. Am I just... oh, did I just mess up? Anyway, let's redo this, and then let's copy this, because this is obviously the source, right? And I'm hesitating because I'm hesitating, not because of anything else. So there's no way it's the other way around. I was just having bad notes. So this is obviously going from Netcat to a file. This is obviously going from a file to Netcat. But also that one uses IP. Yeah, because it's listening on the destination. Yeah, it's logical, it's correct. Kids snuck in. Jag håller på fortfarande äta, gubben. Jag vet inte. Vill du något särskilt? Vill du ha mer pizza? Okej. Okej, men jag fixar det om en stund jag äter upp och sådär. Jag vill också att du ska ha lite mellanrum mellan maträtterna. So my 16-year-old, he wants food and food and food. So I want him to have like a break between the pizza and the other stuff he wants. He wants spaghetti and meat sauce now. And I haven't even finished eating. So I do prefer the garlic sauce. It's nice. I like it the most. So fixing the notes is a good thing. But it gets you like, what am I doing? Really? What am I doing? No, opening the tab in the wrong program. So I have to switch first. So this is the directory where we put the files, or rather not exactly, it's a subdirectory. So let's cd that, and here we have 2 files that we want to send. So we're going to listen on this machine then. I'm just thinking what happened if I do Shift Control T here. It opened a new tab, but just a random tab. It feels like is it I think it's like things that were closed are opening again, maybe. I'm very curious now what's happening with Shift Control T. Definitely opening a tab, but it's not an empty one. So yeah, we want to say the file name. So we need the file name first. And we will use LP. So let's see that LP exists. P is the port, it must exist. L is listen mode, which is also like the only thing that it can't not exist, right? So let's do. I'm going to do it other direction too. So NC LP, and I've used 1 2 3 4 5 because it's very easy to remember. And then we're going to copy this name and do the DLL first, and let's there, paste, and I should right click now when I'm on connected by netcat, so I don't happen to Control C again, because that's not the best entertainment, but this is good learning and repetition of netcat file copy. So on the source machine, we of course need the IP of the remote machine, or the destination machine. So we're going to NC, and then we do the IP and the port. And the port I remember. I think I remember. Was it 1010 4322? I'm not sure about the 1010. No, 10129 4322. So 10129 4322, and 1 2 3 4 5, and we're going to both directions. I mean, it's on the same key in Swedish keyboard, and you just hold shift for one of them, and I don't know which is which. I just test it every time. You know, even if you use it for years and years and years, they're all the same key. It doesn't matter. It's not worth remembering. But I remember the stuff I don't need to. This would be actually useful to remember, right? So funks, not funks. Funks.dll. So we're sending it. Connection refused. Yeah, so this is interesting. Oh, so I wasn't listening yet. That could be the reason why we're not getting success. So, it's not a very big file, 2K, it should be done. So we'll just Control C it on this side and hope that it works, because we can't Control C it on the other side. So no, we'll have to Control C it on this side. Right, so I learned about you could put it on a timer. I should have that in there. Now I'm too curious. Let's see. Timer and see. So I started the day coughing, and now it's coming back. There's so many notes. Oh, and this is inflating something. Let's just hop to the bottom. Of course we have NC in old places. Google is better. So, timer and see. And this is to add it to the notes. That's the reason I'm Googling this now. Timed. Oh my god. Yeah, so we're going to ChatGPT again. File copy with NC, but this is also why I am making a file copy program. I haven't built on it for a bit. I'll have to finish it. File copy with NC, how to time. I could also have made the shell more stable, so you could handle Ctrl+C. I should just have done that, but now I want to know this, because I know it's possible. How to time the length and stop NC after 2 minutes. Let's say 2 minutes. The length of the file transferring using netcat. Stop it after. You can use the following approach. Timeout. Yeah. This is it. Timeout. Yeah, so here it is. This is what I was looking for. I knew it existed, I just didn't remember it. And I didn't have it in my notes. So, as this might be done on a machine where you have not stabilized your shell, timeout 2M NC server IP. Well, not server IP actually. Instead, LP. Look, it's kind of similar to this one. Okay, yeah, let's do the same here. So I wonder, I read in some article about this, so I'm sure it's in my notes already. So NC stops after 2 minutes, connects to server port, received file, writes received contents. So they're doing LP file to send and connecting the other direction. So I'm doing the other way. They are, or it is. Guess it's an it. So I think I feel I've been streaming for 8 hours. I'm not that hurried anymore, you know? So it's just 2 files. This is very short, quick to just reconnect. That's hot. So I just start this and I run this and we're reconnected, so it's not hard. Did I press F5 here? I guess I will check. Yeah, I did. So yeah, I went to the desktop. So cd dot dot slash dot dot slash dot 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 and cd desktop, and there here we have netcat, and I'm going to just copy. By the way, now we should also have our DLL file here, and we can see if I broke the connection too early. So 78539, 78539. So we got the full file. So we just need to do the same thing once more, and then we have both files. Then I'm thinking let's do it backwards too. So help, and then I did this. So it's not hard to type this. There. When I see this, I did Control V because it's DOS prompt, and I need to do Shift Control V because it's actually Linux. So file name. So right clicking, pasting, and this one starts listening. Then we do the same thing again here, only we send the file there, and this one is twice the size. I'll take a bite of food while I wait for a few seconds. So let's just Control C them, and this one will listen again, and we'll do netcat the other direction because I want that netcat on my machine. So 3, 4, 5, and let's do desktop here too. So there, now we have both files that we wanted. 244, 630, 244, 630. So we got the full file. Now we want the netcat one over there, meaning we'll do it reversed, right? So now we need this IP. So let's do this command here. This one, but with my IP. on this machine. There. And the IP is 10.10.14.245. Oh, alright, I didn't fix that. It doesn't matter. I'll have to type it all anyway. Whatever. So I could fix the shell, but I'm choosing to do it as a challenge. So this one will go this direction, and it will be nc.exe, and then we get the reverse command here. So we don't need more than that to copy, and let's paste it here. And as you see, I've done this before, but now it's nc.exe, and the nc file size is tiny compared to the others, so it's definitely done already. So when I Ctrl C here now, we're done with this messy thing, right? So let's just isolate here and see that we have a file. We didn't get it. So netcat was not copied. I'll actually go, let's open a new tab and let's cd, yeah, that's good, cd exploits. No, it's probably tools. Yeah, so these directories I use when I share HTTP. So it's probably my tools. So it's easy to download. And this is NC64, and I also have anycat. I don't have anything called NCEC. I don't have this file size. So I just wanted to confirm before I do another try with a file that's not the right. If it had been the right same size, you know, it would have been not necessary to do this. And also this can be going all day, right? So what if I start this one first? That's what I usually do. The receiving end first. And let's just connect this one. So we need cloud running, then we F5 the script, it will get the reverse shell, so we're connected again, and let's do cd dot dot. There. Yes. Nu har det varit lite paus och jag har ätit klart. Vi har redan sagt lite belöp. Jag håller på att äta fortfarande. Jag säger till när jag är klar. Jag vet inte, 20-30 minuter kanske? Okej. Ja, men jag fixar det om en stund. Om jag inte är klar om en stund så fixar jag det i alla fall. Okej, make it like. So he says he wants to go to bed, but he probably won't. So I still want him to have some distance between things he eats and time. Right. Let's do the other command. And I might just have started them in the wrong order. Might just have done that. So netcat exe to my IP and the port we have set. The other machine is listening and waiting. And we could actually look. We do have an RDP session, right? So we can look at files. Here we have the executable that we want to play with. And this is why we did this. So we have our files here. So if we run this, we don't know yet what type this is of program. Let's do PowerShell, and can we do this? I think so, right? So it just starts and runs. I'm thinking the last one we did was networking. Let's actually do the opposite of what we just did. And so we have a lot of tabs now. This is the one with netcat. Oopsie doopsie. I'm like losing track of all the folders. This one, there, we have a free one. So here we can do an LSLA. Oh, it's in this folder we're getting it to. I guess it doesn't matter. So netcat is now fully copied. We have 38, 616. So we can just close these down. It's a full file. So we have won something. We have a new resource to put in our tools directory. So let's actually import these. And I might just close them because there's quite a few tabs now. So we're going to move netcat to home tools. Okay, it was lowercase. So let's move it there. And let's cd to home and cd to tools. And let's look here now. Now we have 3 netcats. 2 that are much tinier and 1 big ncat. But I like this one. It had the E and everything, you know. Yeah. You can also see the age of them. So this is not my date. And this one, as it was transferred this way, it has this date. I think this one is from another box in April. It is giant, 2 megabytes. Netcat. So this one was only for this, so let's close it. This one we did the first keys, right? Yeah, I dared system 32. I'll close that one. The file is in where it's supposed to be. We close that one. So yeah, let's leave some terminals open. Now we have this to explore. We just know that this is executable, but has buffer overflow. This is a bit of an odd situation. Can we see any information about it? Compatibility. Well, the details. I was like, does it have anything? Any information? It's an application. It's kind of big. I knew it because I just copied it. So let's actually attach to it, right? That's why we're here, because we have the tools here. So we have x32dbg. I'll guess I'll do the normal things that I've been doing for this all the time. I'm actually pulling it to the top since we have the Kelly line down. And since we have a low resolution thingy problem with streaming, I don't want to have like too tiny. I don't want to have to high resolution, you know. That's why I do that. So let's Alt A for attach. So here we have Win32 buff running. And we don't need to disassemble it or anything, it's already done. We can see what it does. It's magic. So, where's the actual start of the program? I've learned this much now that I can click this one and end up. So that's a rat. It starts with a rat? I don't think so. Yeah, let's see if we send a lot of stuff in pipe to it. I'm thinking the network is a bit harder to check, but we can. We know that we'll have to check it internally, right? Because we just failed Nmap. It failed finding it for us. So it's a whole pizza dough thing. We just, yes, so yummy, but it's not warm anymore. Just because I said I didn't want help, you know, it doesn't mean people can't talk. You're very welcome to talk. So I'm thinking, this is not a GUI app. Kind of obviously, right? So it can have a more limited number of ways to get to it. As it is. Let's say it's a kind of simple thing. So I did Ctrl+C. Nothing happens. If we go to this, what happens if I restart it here and look back at the command prompt? It will start it like this, right? I'm assuming that there's options for giving it parameters when you restart it too, if you want to. We don't need to connect yet at all. We just want to test if it crashes, right? So if I close this and we add up. Oh, what happened? I clicked the one I was at. That's what happened. So what I'm curious now is to see if it's running still. It is not, which is good. But I don't want to have to stop PowerShell to kill it. Well, whatever. So let's just throw it on here, and let's. So what I don't have in my notes so far is actual Windows command line stuff, right? So I don't have Windows command line examples of sending a lot of input to a file. But it's kind of the same, and this one has Python. We know that because we used it. So, buffer overflow. What happened? Whatever, let's just replace this one. I was trying to middle click and apparently I failed and scrolled instead. Here, if we go down a little
Fixerbot
more.
says, "Welcome back, Cypher Enigma."
Yeah, welcome back! So long ago. You're always welcome. Always welcome back. So we have these.
Madam Fabulous says,
Tongue.
So I'm thinking that these are all with Linux in mind, but I don't think there's possibly, I don't know how the backtick works, and also this of course, but I know that when they made PowerShell they had Linux in mind, right? So let's just test this and add this and see if this works. I'm very interested to see the result of this. So I'm going to just space and paste, and that looks like it knows what it means. But it didn't work. You got like a Python prompt there, right? So let's go to ChatGPT. And let's ask it to translate. Translate to PowerShell and CMD. So the pipes are the same here. A pipe is a pipe, but they do Python. Oh my god. It crushed my high hopes here. So write out is not a Python command. It replaced print with write house. I meant how do I get the same effect as dollar? Let's do one thing at a time here. So dollar parenthesis and in PS. So it's the same. Return result. It evaluates equivalent. But it evaluates the command. So this is when it messes up, right? Because this is Python. Don't change to Python. I'm doing please an exclamation mark here. Original bash PowerShell. So it is identical, but when I run it, yes, Gaban. Okej, jag kommer. When I run in PS, I got so maybe I should just put the darn string there. I can do that easily. I just want to have the commands to do these things, if it is possible. So let's see what it does with this. Then we know that this could also be output from the program, you know? This could be the program actual thing doing that. So, oh, sorry. We need a PowerShell shortcut. I guess we will get it from here. Well, that doesn't work. Oh gosh. Sometimes I get annoyed at this. I have to go and get my kids some food. It was like, it's 21. I want a darn shortcut on my desktop. No. What I want is open this folder. So I don't think it works anymore, unfortunately. So P for PowerShell, no. I'll have to just keep opening it this way. It's just annoying. Yeah, so I'm going to attach as soon as it is running. And let's see. Let's get some long input for it. Should we do maybe I should think on it. I'm thinking like this string here is 5,000 characters. We can try with this first, and it happens to be very non-repetitive. So space, Control V, and running it, and it seems to still be running, right? So it's not crashed or anything. Let's assume it might not even notice that input. So let's paste this again. I can't paste here. So I feel a need to start it with command line. Look. So it has the command line there. So if I restart it, it will use the command line, I hope. So change command line, it's still the same. Good. So then if we go into here and do change command line and go to the end and paste this again, I'm going to make a space there. Or rather, I'm going to go to dashes, which is that. There, 2 dashes. So we will see when the paste goes. Go to, yeah. So now we have actually a command line of 10,000 characters. So when I restart this now, low battery. So that means I've been for 8 hours. Yeah, 8 hours streaming. I'm going to get my kids some spaghetti and meat sauce. I'll be right back. Hur går det med spelandet, killar? Har ni slutat? Ja. Okej. Jag fixar nu, Laban. decadence. Det är så väldigt snack. So I wanted something else to drink. I remember that the other day. The other day when I went shopping, I bought some energy drinks. So I have strawberry. I might try this one. Or I will. Though it's very cold. I don't usually have them in the fridge. Ah, smells strawberry. And this is not sugar free, right? So I don't get like I can't sleep if I drink it or anything. So So, but I haven't drunk an energy drink in months. Yeah, so we failed to get this to crash or even to react in any way. I'm thinking there was this like several question thingy. We tried clicking it and nothing happened. But I'll see if I can do it now. No, there's no way. Let's click the hint. It's the last payload you sent before the program crashed. Oh, it's the wrong hint. I have to go back. I went here to get characters, right? Or something. So we're on skills assessment. Right! I forgot the port. This means that it's a network thing. So now we know. Now we know it's a network thing. And I'm assuming it's the same port locally. Let's look at it. Let's do netstat. So nice thing to hop there, because I was thinking we don't know what kind of input it requires, but we did actually know it. That's better. Let's actually close, not close. Let's just stop it. It's fresh. This one was crashed by me doing it. Oh, so the error message is not from the program, but that I pasted several times and tried clicking stuff after this. So when this exited, then this input got sent, I think. I think that's what happened. So anyway, this is a network program. We know this now. We can just start it. We could also stop it and run netstat first. So come on, start menu. So netstat. Yeah, and it works even though I used the wrong key. And I'm actually going to open another. Come on. There, PowerShell. Oh. Now that's a bit funny. I just wanted to open another one. And I'm going to, in between, I'm going to start a program. And that's the point of this. So we can just compare them side by side easily. So it started now. Let's do netstat A. And since this is now running, which is a network program, and it probably is listening on 449, I mean. So the lag in Ethmic is kind of odd to try and move the windows. So there's an extra line here, right? So 35, 45, 48, 50, 40, 21, 449. We have it. We have it. So we started the program, we noticed the difference. I should have started with this. Especially since it was such odd behavior on the command line. So I think this is the only difference. So it's only one line, and there it is. So we know what to do. We still have this running, and this is like kind of funny now. This is the network one. So let's go for 10,000 characters with 500 steps. And let's do to there. Buffer. Ace. We're adding 500 ace every turn. Let's go fuss. Meaning at the end of the script we're going to uncomment fuss. Now let's comment this. Reverse. And since we have this script already saved, I don't feel I have to ever change there in the copy. We can do it here. So we need to save and run. And we didn't change the IPM port. So this is a totally correct response. Since the IP is localhost. Oh. But we need to change the port. I'm just removing the darkest bit of the bread. It wasn't as good. And I still have this up here, so I know, remember the port, right? So 21, 449. Where? And save. And oh, sorry. It's all running. Let's actually attach, because that's a certain way to see it crashes, right? It's not a lot of output from it. Win32 bath. That's not my intention. I was going to just normally tab. So this is there running. We can minimize it. This is what I want to run. We will see if it crashes. I have a sleep for 5. It's much easier to see and run instead of doing a breakpoint. It was, I have to open the break thingy, and you know, was a bit messy in idle. So it sent 0 bytes. Oh my, 500 was at once. We crashed at 500. So I think we can interrupt execution there. We need to restart this. Let's first double check that we don't have any command line left. Good. That's why I wanted to restart it outside this and attach, so it got lost that. And I shouldn't look up here, or I should tap. Let's tap here. So the program is restarting. It should be listening again on the port. I'm just curious on the time. Oh, I suddenly remembered why I went to another tab in HackTheBox Academy, because we started this machine and it has 238 minutes left. 283:38. Maybe I should stop. It's just 8 hours 43 minutes streaming. So let's run this again, but change it. So let's run it to 1000 with 50 steps, right? So we have this as how good accuracy we have, and we really don't need to do this. We can just run the next one, but just for fun. This is Friday entertainment after all. Friday night entertainment. So it's still running after 50. It's still running after 100. It's still running after 150. It's still running after 200. 250. 300. 350. 400. 450. And 500. At 500 we have the crash, so let's shell interrupt execution. There. It also crashes or stops because it can't connect, which the other one could, because it had 2 parts. This one is 1 part. Front and back end. There's no front end. It's just the back end. Very nice front end here. Oh my god, I keep clicking the wrong thing. This is the nice front end. Let's restart it. Very easy and nice. Using its that should go up here when I click stuff. So let's now run it instead with an actual so I'm going to change my code because it's not my code. Well, this bit I've actually changed a bit, but the example code is I'm thinking that we want to pick a bit of this, and I'm thinking that I will ask ChatGPT because I don't remember exactly now and I'm a bit tired, so nah, I'm just lazy. Let's call it efficient, right? So I want the first 500 characters from this string programmatically Python. So, my god, it has problems with the 500 characters. Oh, I mean 5,000 characters. I should have not given it the string example, but I wanted it to know it was bytes. So I think I know. I just, you know, pattern, yeah, colon 500. That's what we do. So we're just doing it here, there, so we don't have to give it all the characters. And then we're going to know. I restarted it, right? So we will know the position. Oh no. Sorry. I need to change what it's running to. It's still running fast. It's supposed to run offset. So my bad. Let's see, it hasn't crashed yet, so we'll just abort it. And let's run this again. Save it, of course. And then we got the crash at once. We get our EIP here, which is also here. But we want to copy this so that we can use, now we're actually hopping to Kali. And let's actually use this for something. So 469 is the actual number for overriding EIP. So we will update. So I'm like, what? 469. So the next one is just to test the offset. Control that it works by putting the number in here. 469, right? And we're going to restart this and confirm again, because I guess I can feel the 9 hours somehow, not clearly though. So over here, go in here. We should now get B's, meaning 42s in all of it. 42, you know. There, I want to click. So we have 42s. We confirm that the position is correct. And this step is like, why? So why do I have this here? Yeah, because I want to run it again remotely. Sure. Let's restart it again. Go to the next step. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this. It's a bit laggy. So bad cars. Right. So I've been talking about putting the offset one outside, and I'm actually going to do it now. because this is so annoying. I am scrolling, nothing is happening there. So this one we just cut. Oh my. And I'm going to put it here instead. So we don't have to change it all the time in several places. So I did change it to control. The next one is bad cars. And it uses offset too. It uses B's for EAP still. But then it will add all the characters afterward, and we are going to check it for bad characters to see if there are any characters that don't get into memory, into the stack as they're supposed to. So we'll have to change to bad cars here. So it is running. We got another crash here with bees, which we're supposed to. And we can see here that we have only a null. It's supposed to be it's supposed to be 0, 1, 2, 3. So this one null is terminating the string, making this a much harder one. Because all addresses have null in them. Right. So I'm actually curious, by the way. Identifying bad characters. Let's go to this one and let's see, because we didn't have any bad character last time, which is kind of like not a good practice chance. So this is very similar. This is very similar. Anyway. And look at this here. And look at this one. Oh, right. My head's in the way again. So here. Yeah, you can still see EIP. I can be up in this corner. So this might be the one they used here. So we can now manually go through the stack, line by line, ensure hex values present. And they used the me not like method because it was manual comparison anyway, and I still know what they're supposed to be, so I don't need that. If it had been automatic I would have liked it, but it doesn't compare, just put them next to each other. You also have to create this to start with. So that indicates that 0 truncated the remaining input. So we should use byte array again to generate a list of all characters without the bad characters, which we can specify. Oh my god, so they're doing it again? Yeah, so I was just, oh, I don't like by the way, we'll skip it. As we can see this time, it said excluding. Just a sec. Yes. So, I'll be right back. I'll just stop my kid for 2 seconds. Yay! He's brushing his teeth too. There's so many things going great right now. That was good. So, right, so we were checking here to see if they did anything special. If they actually edited their program. Yeah. They didn't do anything smart, like remove the one afterwards. I don't like editing the code of a script that you're reusing in the form of deleting characters, right? So this is all cars, and we're changing all cars. Don't like it. Let's go to the generated output file. Oh my god, did they copy it again? Go to the file and copy it. It's just deleting one. Yeah. So I guess they're trying to make it like a very square instruction to follow for people. But that's odd. Then it's better to delete a character. Of 255, it's not like it's a million character. As we can see this time, both lines match. Until FF. So, but it's still a manual comparison. We could just compare it to what we know it should be instead. which we will do. So they didn't do anything special. And that was the end of that. So disappointed, and let's fix something better. Python. Let's actually open the script first. Right. So now we want to modify the all cars. I don't like this format, so I'm going to change it. Okay. Home space down. Home space down. Down home space. If I don't say it, it's quicker. And we can see that the lines continue. There are 8 here, so I'm not like deleting anything. Oh, sorry. Have to keep pressing shift. There. This doesn't take as much space when you scroll. So what we want to do here is all cars. So removing found bad cars. So yeah, so we have and we want to programmatically remove 0x00 and let's do just randomly 0x something on the end there, F8, right? So no, is there no way to remove them without looping? Exactly, this is what I wanted. So, and also how much nicer, right? This is pretty. I like this. So this is them generating this actually from, I thought this was like a little long, but they generated this from one of the programs. They generated with this tool, the plugin. So bytes, all cars. So byte array. So we make it an array first, and then we make the array into all. Pretty, very pretty. I'm pleased. That gets a thumbs up. Then we'll see if it works too, but I think so. It looks good. Looks good. So this one, we go into... there's a commenting one here that I can't access since my keyboard. Can't press this. Toggle line comment. So... Yes? I'll be right back. Ska jag ta fram bort det? Yes? Är du klar? Okej, jag tvättar ta bort det. Tvätta munnen lite då bara. Ingen blod på din tandborste heller. Det är bra. Jag diskar tandborsten också. Det här ser ju väldigt oanvänt ut, va? Det känns väldigt iskallt. Vet du, jag sätter faktiskt krysset att du har borstat tänderna här på din giftlapp. Tänderna är borstade på fredagen. Kommer du ihåg när det var sist? So he brushed his teeth. Want me to help him afterwards to wash the toothbrush. So it's really cleanliness problems, too much of it, and sometimes. So this is what I was going for. That's why I made this header. But I don't think it's necessary when we don't have to have the long thing first, right? So we're making an array, just as they do. This is an array. And we're making bytes of it. And this is just a hex format, so that's what 0x means. So there's no reason to write it in this format even. We could do 0, 1, 2, 3 to 256, right? Or 255. Because it's 256 values, including 0, of course. Just like decimal, it would be 100 for 256. Remove this, remove this. Maybe I should keep the header. I'm changing my mind, and I still typed it, so. So, instead of all bytes, well, all cars here, so maybe this should actually be good chars. Well, chars. So instead of results, it will chars. There, bad chars. Did we have bad chars? Oh, it's a functioning, of course. So it's misleading sometimes. So chars is all chars convert removed characters and converted to bytes. Pretty. I'm keeping this until I've confirmed it, and in case I would ever want to do something else here. I have now done some changes on this side and some on that, and we will need to merge these. So I think the easiest way is to just put this bit here, all the changes, right? Actually down here. So this is all the changes that we've done, and I noticed I did this one too. So def bad cars until well, the very end of it, right? So the only thing here that we need to delete is the offset. So now we're hopping over to this side and we click in it, so we end up in here. So in here we're going to remove or replace the bad cars function with what we have in our paste here. So now I'm pasting here, there. So these we fix the lines too, so it doesn't take so much space. There, red is not a good color for comments, and white is not a good background. Anyway, so now let's select all of the text, copy it, and I will paste it here. I was thinking, do I want to keep anything of the old stuff here? But it's not really anything that's important to keep. The only thing is, yeah, so I didn't remember to remove offset. Too far down. Here, this offset here needs to be deleted. There. And also on this side. And then we'll just ram this line, right, and delete this line, because F8 was just a test. You know, I wanted to give it 2 to ChatGPT. So the program is paused. It is died. It's dead. It's crashed. Let's crash it again. And this time, God, I must remember to click a bit further down, because I just want those to pop away so I can see. So we have the correct number here. We have 1, 2, 3. We're going to do follow in dump. So we can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9. So 9, after 9, we actually need another one. So A, we'll have to add A. So let's restart. And let's go here and add. So I'm blind. So that's a bit funny because I selected one of the later ones. because I thought it was like, we don't need a comment here, it's just too much. And it's not converting back to bytes. I think convert to bytes. It's obvious, but since we have the comment there, let's leave it. I'm saving it. We're just running it again with F5. And we got the crash that we want, and I should remember not to click there. I want to click here somewhere in this program. So if I click here, it's just the full machine. So we want to go here, we want to click. We have D, the next character. I can see D already. So 9BC null, meaning I'm going to hop and fix it at once. So we just add D2 and we save, we restart, we F5, we wait for the crash, we check, and I click somewhere here, D9BCEF. So now I can see it's more. So I'm going to put it in a more easy readable by putting it at the dump and pulling this up. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8. So A gone, D gone, E, F, 10. And now I can see that we have 10, 20, well, 4, 5, 6, all the zeros aligned here, meaning no other characters here until FF are gone, but there might still be nulls in here. So let's just double check that. And then we're done. So nine A, B, C, D, E, F, and this extra check, no, nothing with double zeros. And the last lines here. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C. It's all there, the rest. So we had 3 characters. 3 characters that didn't wanna play. So we have all of them. Meaning we can make a new payload if we need to. So we already had null except from the previous one, only as an example. So if we look at the script, and we now have our full list. I'm actually going to copy this back to my computer. So we have the last version, and we can actually edit it here because it's much prettier, right? So we're now going to do a test with calc. We don't have to, but why not? We've done this before. It's a good test to see if we have, or should we just hop on to the next one? I think it's easier to make a new one than to check this, but as I saw C already here, A is here too, and they're probably in this payload too. Yeah. So we'll have to make a new one. So instead of just doing this, right? Actually ending there. So we can do a longer one. And if we exclude these characters, you know, it's just more generally useful. So we can save that later. No, this is the right tab. Let's just go up a bit. Or I could paste. Let's paste. This is not the tab. It's this one. Right. I tested to see if I could get it automatically to do that. But this is the payload for the reverse TCP, and we're currently going for calc there. But now we also have \x 0a and \x 0, was it D? Yes, D. So venom Windows exec calc Python. There. So we just copy this nice Python formatted text. I just double check there, and we just paste this here. And as I see, I need to add something to this. Oh, I copied instead of pasting. What happens? So there. I'm copying the new line I run so that we have also that. We'll also need to tab these. In this program, we just select it and tab. Encode, use code. So now we have one without 0A's in it. So, I'm actually going to, should I call it lazy? And do this one at once. X, but we still don't know how to solve the last bit of it. A \x 0d. So that doesn't take long for it to do, but it takes a tiny bit, so maybe we saved a few seconds there. So just pasting it. So we're ready for the next step, which is actually not calc. What we need here is this. And this is where our problem comes in, because this is null. This is not the current address though. We'll see what will happen now, because we're at the next step, which is I did add it at the bottom here, didn't I? Yeah, so the actual execution is not in this document. Find the start address. We've done that. Well, actually, this is not a thing we're doing right now. This is an alternative way. Finding the return instruction. So we will do what we've done before in this. And we will look and see if we have an address without null. And this is very interesting. So I'm going to hop to log here, if it allows me. And I'm going to do arrow up. Oh, look. It is done stuff. So, but nothing we have done. I guess I'll have to type because it was actually long gone since we did this now. So I found the dash. Module info. Oh, this was the tiniest, but look. These don't have any zeros. Well, they have zeros, but not at the start. This is also 40,000. So before they were all zeros. So we have 2. Funks DLL looks very... Yeah, the Funks DLL. This is very interesting. How could they have any control over this? So let's just go to symbols. Double click, Control F. Let's actually do click, right click, search for all modules, command, jump, use P. So we did find one, and it doesn't have a null. And where is it? In funks. Yeah, so I kind of thought that. And this is another one. Yeah. So no mouse over on these. Yeah, so I think it's this one that we're supposed to use. Let's hop there. So this will be the address. This will be the address we use. So if we copy this giant thing, the address, and this is the notes, meaning notes from today. So here, no, I don't want that. I want everything here only, and only here too. There. And we don't have any of our bad characters in this. And that's what I was dreading. So I'm curious why it ended up in this place. And if there was some special planning, can the executable itself tell it where it wants to be in memory? I mean, if this will match with the remote thing, it will be like crazy, right? I'm thinking that this is probably the way most people would do this, right? We don't all have labs set up for this when we were learning it on HackTheBox Academy, right? Nice drink is something with taste. Water doesn't have a lot of taste. And I always drink water. I love water. But you know, Friday night you need a bit of extra taste. Well, that was not intentional. Right, so I opened my mail. But you didn't see it because it was on another screen. There was nothing more interesting there than that my phone bill was paid automatically, and I got an email. So, I didn't copy it, so let's copy. Let's paste it. Tab AV, and it's on calc. Control S, restart. It will restart, and it has restarted. And VF5, and we will get a calc. Nice, all working. But a calc we cannot get on the remote machine as a test. It wouldn't be very useful, right? So we'll need to change it to actually run the reverse. And this is the same thing. It's not a lot of difference. The only thing that is changed is this code. And we haven't pasted it yet. So let's do that. I did make a new one. I saw 0C, but it's D that we can't have. So copy or make. Ask kindly to have it made for me. And we're pasting this here. And we're going to update this, but since I know what to add, I'm just not copying. I'm just 0A. Oh, well. I don't know where American keyboard has its backslash. That's the normal one. So let's skip that and just copy the character. So I don't have to find it. I have it already here. So this is just a comment anyway. We need to be listening. Oh, yeah. So I started editing there. But now, yeah, it automatically fixed it by just pasting. No, it didn't. No, still the bad one. There, I thought so. It was odd. Sometimes when you save it for reformats. But I kind of thought that it did it there. Sometimes it does it when you paste too, even if you don't want it to change the format. So we saved a bit of time there by not tabbing all of those manually. So we're activated the reverse one. We're going to restart this. It started. We're running this, but before we actually start, we need to be listening. So I think I closed that window down. That one we don't want to close. If we close that, it will disconnect us from the machine. It's not, we can just reconnect, but still. So let's just listen and click here and F5 it, and it will do stuff. Running. So let's hop over here, and we're on its desktop. And this is our machine. This is not the remote machine. This is the test. You see that it connected using our exploit on the machine where we can connect with a debug. Let's do another test, not using the debug, but just starting this and running this again, F5, and well, what I really wanted to do was to tab here. So it is connected. We exit again. Now we're going to have to change the IP address, but I guess we will run it from here. So this, let's just scroll up. This IP here now is going to change to, actually we're going to have to close this machine down. So this machine was just for this, getting this information that we now have, because it will close down, it will just die. So just to make sure we have the one that we just run, we're saving it, we have it locally here, and we can run it here. We can't run it here actually. This is the whole reason that we have a mousepad up here, and have this actually in here too. So I'm going to paste it here. Let's actually delete and paste so we can really see that it didn't get any extra stuff. And we are saving it, of course. And let's see, did we have a tab where we run the script? That's the one where we created that. This is what the pattern, yeah, so I don't think we have that tab left. This will disconnect. Whatever. So I'm making a new tab again, and LSLA in this, and we're in the exploit tools. So that's not where we want to be. We want to be in CD home, HTBA, and Windows. So CD stack Windows, and this is where it is. And the last Python we run was actually exactly this. So we can run it here, and we have easy access to changing the IP here. So we're going to have to put a real IP here. We just have to know that when we do this now, we didn't know this last time that this would disconnect. So now we know, so we can say bye bye our friend that has helped us. And we have saved everything. We have even copied on both on Kali and Windows. So let's say bye bye to that. And let's hop back here. And let's go here. And then I'm gonna fix the script afterwards to make it more pretty, right? Pretty for me, it means no like double stuff, not having the same code in several places, but using function, making it cleaner. So we're going to click this button, and this will die. Right, so clicking here, watching this one die. Well, 225 minutes left. Yeah, it died. Let's see if this notices that it's dead. It disconnected, it closed the RDP session down. So this one is unfortunately bye-bye. Yeah, so let's see. You can see here it's closed down, and if we go here, you can see that it's disconnected, network disconnect. So it's not there anymore. So we're just waiting to run this as soon as we have set the new IP address. And this one has now started. Let's see if this one did it realize it stopped. Fetching status. Click here to spawn. So it knows it's dead. There. So we have the IP address. Let's just put it here. Oh. I think I'm trying to paste in the wrong place there. Wrong window active. So we're saving it. Save to the IP. We know the port. The offset. Everything. There's not even knobs or anything in this. And it's straight at there. At that spot. If this doesn't work, you know, it will be very annoying. Yeah, okay. So I just realized too that I didn't know if I had this running. It's running good. So I forgot to make it a string. So this IP address is of course a string. As the old one was. Last time I made the port a string instead. So running it again, and it just runs, and we're in the machine. So administrator's desktop. So I guess we do him right? And we're administrator, otherwise we would have had a problem. So let's go cd:/users and cd oh, let's actually do it first. We're in DOS. Cd, yeah, I think it's the same one. Administrator, cd desktop, there. Type flag.txt. So remote exploitation ninja there. So let's paste it and get our 3 cubes. Submit. So I would have loved if we could press enter here. This is a bit sad though. So this is the last one. Should we share this? Now I know where I put the link for getting me cubes. It was on LinkedIn. We could also share it on Facebook. Let's click the LinkedIn link and make a LinkedIn message of this. Oh, that's